From the high desert and the great American Southwest, I bid you all good evening, good morning, good afternoon, whatever the case is, wherever you are in the world. This is Midnight in the Desert. I'm Art Bell. Welcome to the program. This program is free to all. We appreciate those of you who join the Time Travelers and then are able to download programs anytime they want. Send me messages on the ever-present wormhole, and so forth. Rules of the show are simple. Only two of them, no bad language. Only one call per show. No bad language, one call per show. That's it. Now, I like to thank people at the beginning of the show, so here we go. Telos for the great sound. Joe Talbot, hearing from him, thank you. Keith Rowland, my webmaster, of course. Dr. J, my producer, all of you. Now, the Belgab website, a lot of friends up there. They are a little wicked, a little lovable, a little of both. A little rough, but, you know, if that's how you like it. Then we also have something called People Who Love Art Bell, and I want to thank them, MJ Sten. It seems I never mentioned them, and I think one of the reasons is because of the name. You know, People Who Love Art Bell. I mean, really. And there's a new one called MidnightInDesert.com, and they follow the show, and they are a milder bunch. I think both of those are listed up on the site. Now, I think that's all the sites. The stream guys, of course, they carry the big heavy load to get to you. LV.net, they provide the back and forth internet that gets me on the air. And Peter Eberhard, of course, my sales guy, way up north in Alaska. I think that's it. All right, I've got a few things that I want to say. One, it looks like they found it. 370. A U.S. official says air safety investigators have and this is in quotes, high degree of confidence that a photo of aircraft debris found in the Indian Ocean near Reunion, as a matter of fact, or on Reunion, washed up, is of a wing component unique to the Boeing 777. I think Boeing is sure, though they haven't, identified the numbers yet. And I think this is 370, so everybody can stop scouring Diego Garcia. And I think probably what they're doing is they're trying to figure out the proper protocol to notify relatives. And, of course, they do have to read the number. So we'll see. But it looks like they have found it. This goes to last night's show, and I want to read it because I really think it does go to last night's show. Back in 2001, as part of Stephen Greer's disclosure project, you know Stephen, right? Sergeant First Class Clifford Stone blew the whistle on what he referred to as unacknowledged special access groups, or USAPs, within the U.S. government. Programs like this are commonly referred to as black projects or deep black programs, and they are of an extremely covert and secretive nature. Of course, unacknowledged special access programs are said to be highly compartmentalized, something I mentioned the other night, right? And even with those, the necessary security clearances can only access the information on a need-to-know basis, and you only need to know so much. They're hidden from public oversight and accounting. No, in other words, no watchdog committee watches over them. And they probably consume, for example, in 2013, Edward Snowden leaked secret government documentation that proved, A, they do exist, and B, we spent about $52.6 billion toward those operations in 2013. So that all goes back to last night's show. $52.6 billion. How many doctor's appointments would that be? And now something, by the way, coming up, of course, we have a guest tonight. Eventually we will be getting to him. Preston Dennett is my guest, and this may interest him. It interested me. He talks about ghosts. This comes from anomalous.com. A lot of good things do. There's something notable about males and violence in real life, right? How many times does somebody walk in somewhere and start shooting? Usually it's a guy. But there is something notable about them. Afterlife. There's a study conducted by somebody named Eldonur Haraldsson, I believe it is, a psychologist at the University of Iceland, of all places, of 337 cases of people who have reported encounters with the dead. Quite a survey. The apparitions were mostly males, and it's where the cause of death was known. And in 30% of the cases, the person had died violently. That may not sound very significant. It's 30%, right? But the percentage of violent deaths in the study during the relevant time period, studies of reincarnation cases, most notably by the late Ian Stevenson, show the same pattern of mostly males being involved again and again and again. So, I guess mean in this life, mean in that life. And then there's no way I can let Cecil go without comment. Cecil the lion. It's got to be the saddest doggone story I've ever seen. Cecil was killed by a dentist. I guess you know that now, right? This was a lion in a preserve in Africa. In a preserve. And it is said that it was lured out of the preserve so this dentist could, from what I heard, shoot arrows at it. And then, I guess it was up to like 40 hours before poor Cecil, loved by many, and tagged, by the way, died. It took him a long time to die. So this guy could have his people lure him out and shoot him. And, the public is really ticked off. I mean, really ticked off. Now this doctor has sort of just disappeared. I don't blame him. Everybody's after him. He's much hated. But it's just really a sad story if you could see this lion. My goodness. If anything will bring you close to crying, that's it. I have cats, as you know. Recently lost my Yeti. Oh, God, that was hard. But so Cecil's nothing but a big cat. Really big cat. Was a really big cat till the dentist shot him. So that's a big deal. And then there's one final item, and then we'll break. And that is, I discussed this the other day. I brought it up. It's the cube. I don't know why I'm stuck on the cube, but I'm stuck on the cube. And I asked Keith to bring it to the top of the website, which he did. But then he thought I was done with it, and I was just going to discard the cube like it was nothing. And so he eliminated it from the website, and I called him today and said, Keith, where's the cube? I thought you were done with it. No, I'm far from done with the cube. And I'm going to discuss this with our guest coming up. No, I'm not done with the cube. I would like you all to go there and look at it, if you get a chance. These are still photographs taken, I might add, by many people. That's really important. Taken by many people. So please go take a look at it. And I think this is something serious. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm fooled. Maybe I am a fool. But it's being discarded by much of the UFO community. Why? Because, well, it's a cube. And I think that is a tragic, serious mistake on the part of ufology. Now, maybe it's some cube balloon or something. I don't know. But it's really odd. It doesn't belong. It certainly doesn't belong popping out of a cloud. Here's my thinking. Who are we to say that a UFO has got to look like a flying saucer? I mean, isn't it just silly to say that? For all we know, UFOs are invisible. Or UFOs are cubes. or something else that doesn't make sense. I think this cube is extremely mysterious, real because many people got photographs from different locations. And it started me thinking, well, ufology seems to be sort of dismissing this, and I think it's because it's not a saucer. How could we possibly know how they think? How could we even guess what they might build? Isn't that rather, what's the right word? Egotistical of us, or earth-centered of us, or human-centered of us to be doing? I think there's something really there. And because it doesn't look like what we imagine, doesn't mean it isn't worth our attention. Go to artbell.com. You'll see it at the top. And you can hear the comments of the people. Well, all right. Coming up, Preston Dennett began investigating UFOs and the paranormal. Tonight, we're not going to concentrate so much on UFOs. Well, a little cube talk at the beginning. And then out of body. And maybe some ghosts. Anyway, he started all this back in 86 when he discovered that his family, friends, co-workers were having dramatic and unexplained encounters. Since then, he's interviewed hundreds of witnesses, investigated a wide variety of paranormal phenomena. He is a field investigator for the MUFON UFO network, a ghost hunter, a paranormal researcher, the author of 17 books and 100 articles. Wow. Been all over the place. Radio shows, TV shows, history channels, deep sea UFOs and UFO hunters. His research has been presented, for example, by the LA Times, LA Daily News, Dallas Morning News. You get the idea. All over the place. He's taught various classes on paranormal subjects and lectures across the U.S. He currently lives in Reseda, California, and he'll tell you all about his website. He will be here in a few moments.
Clock strike 12, and midnight in the desert is pounding packets your way on the Dark Matter Digital Network. To call the show, please direct your finger digits to dial 1-952-225-5278. That's 1-952. Call ART.
So go take a look at the cube. Actually, two separate people who happen to catch good shots of the cube coming out of a cloud, or whatever it is it's doing. And I'm telling you, it's weird. Well, all right, on now to Preston Dennett. We're going to talk about a lot of things out of body, mainly, I think, but we're going to start with the cube. Hey, Preston.
Hi, Art. How are you doing?
I'm doing really well. You are in Reseda, California, right?
That's right.
Okay. I called you before the show and I said, look at the cube. And I take it you did.
I looked at the cube.
Okay. Now, it doesn't look like a UFO. Well, in the strictest sense, I guess it does. It's unidentified and it appears to be flying. Other than that, though, it doesn't match up with what most people think it ought to look like, but it's weird. Really weird.
Right. No, it's not silver or metallic. It's not saucer shaped. It's not V-shaped. It's not, spherical.
Right.
These are the common ones that, I think we hear a lot of.
Yes, but, they might not think like us, huh?
Well, how could they possibly? I mean, by definition, they are alien. And this is one of the things that's really, I think, kind of frustrating and at the same time interesting about, investigating UFOs is the variety of these craft. Yes, we do get a lot of saucer shapes, but, I don't think there's a shape out there that, we haven't heard about, whether it's, crosses or donut shapes or crescent shapes or, it just goes on. I had one guy tell me, I don't know how to describe the shape. It wasn't octagonal. It had all these different sides that were, different lengths. It was very oddly shaped, like a lump. That's how he kind of described it.
We seem to want it to be a saucer,
Yeah, saucers are nice shapes, definitely. Very convenient, but certainly that's not the only thing people are seeing.
I think that came from the early movies, science fiction movies that we had, because they were all saucers.
Right, it's interesting because Kenneth Arnold, he didn't actually see saucers, and apparently the Roswell craft wasn't, technically a saucer.
There you go. Right,
So,
you're absolutely right. Okay, well, anyway, I really wanted to call attention to that. I want people to look at it. It is, to me, as much, if not more of a mystery than, well, stuff that's like a saucer.
Yeah, you know what I like about the photograph actually is you can see this thing before it's fully formed.
Oh, yes.
So it's as if it's, interdimensional and coming into our,
yes,
physical space.
That's the other thing. I mean, who says their method of propulsion is remotely like anything we even imagine? It might have just materialized there.
Right, but you can see it interacting with the cloud.
Yes.
It clearly looks like a very large object at, quite a distance from the cameras.
Yes.
It would be hard to fake for sure.
It would,
and
I don't think it was a fake. I mean, when people get it from different angles, I suppose it could be a fake craft, as it were, but it's not a fake photograph, that's for sure.
Well, I listened to the interview, and you can tell the witnesses are obviously sincere.
Yes.
And with multiple witnesses, well, right off the bat, there you've got a good case.
But it didn't go nuts like most things like that would, and I'm convinced the reason it didn't go nuts, even though it was covered, is because it didn't look right.
It's kind of Arthur C. Clarke, 2001, The Monolith. Kind of, maybe it scared people a little bit.
Exactly. Exactly right. I'm getting a little notice of internet connection problem from you. But I don't hear it. You sound great.
Yeah, I can hear you fine.
Oh, well, so much for you, Skype. All right. Let's move to OBEs, and I really, really love the subject of OBEs, Preston. I only had one in my whole life. It happened when Ramona and I went to Paris, France. And it was amazing, Preston. I had been asleep. I woke up and it's like somebody snapped a switch. And this is the only way I can describe it. I was in the most joyous, welcoming, amazing place I had ever been. It was absolute pure joy, but it scared the heck out of me, and I snapped right out of it. I was somewhere else. I mean, instantaneously, I was somewhere else. An amazing place of some kind, but boy, did it shock me, Preston. I didn't do any tours. I didn't get to go to some other place on the earth, as people have been described to do with OBEs, but it was incredible. There aren't words.
So, no, there really aren't. I know exactly what you're talking about.
But we're on a radio show, so we're going to have to find words. So what is an out-of-body experience?
Well, the simple definition is an out-of-body experience is when you perceive yourself as being separate from your body. And to elaborate on that a little bit, we all have a dream body, or an astral body, if you will, which is separate from the physical. And in fact, we're kind of projecting down here from the so-called other side into a physical body. So an out-of-body experience is sort of the reverse of that. They call it projection, but in fact, we're going towards, our source. And we not only have...
We're going toward our source. What do you mean?
We not only have a physical body and an astral body. As you get into this, it gets a little bit more complicated than that.
What is the source?
Where we come from, God, all that is, the spirit which moves through all things, the universe, the light. It goes by many different names in different cultures, but it's pretty clear when you start doing this stuff that there's something up there.
Okay, I'm going to give you a gift that will keep on giving, okay?
I'm ready.
You mentioned the light, right?
Right.
Mm-hmm. John Lear is a friend of mine. You know the name, I'm sure, right?
Oh, absolutely.
Okay, Learjet fame, Daddy. Anyway, I did a very serious interview with John Lear, one in which he said, the most important thing I'm ever going to tell you, Art, or something along those lines, is as follows. When you die, you will have a choice of going to the light or the darkness. Don't go to the light. It's a trick. And I'll leave you with that, Preston, for you to think about that the rest of your life. It's bugged me ever since.
I don't know. I've been in the light. I've gone out of my body. I've done all of this.
So you're here to say the light is the way.
It's part of the universe. There's a source there. There's something really wonderful within, the so-called light that near-death experiencers are reporting. Absolutely.
So, are you sure enough of the goodness of the light to say, John's all wet, go to the light?
Go towards the light. Yeah. I think that you're going to be fine. You can, what I would say when you're at that point, make the decision then. This is not something you don't want to do. I mean, if you're uncomfortable with it,
see, this
you
has
can turn away.
Driven me nuts ever since. I mean, you make the wrong choice and there's no going back.
Well, here's the problem. I mean, this is a big problem on the other side. People who don't go towards the light, who are stuck here on the physical plane as ghosts. And a lot of these people don't even know they're dead. And this actually turns up in pretty much every out-of-body book I've ever read.
All right. Did you hear what I read at the beginning of the program about the study in Iceland of the people who died violently?
Yes, I heard it. I'm like,
yeah,
this is a problem.
So it's real. In other words, I've said jokingly a few times, nasty on this side, nasty on that side. You think some truth to that?
Oh yeah, there's kind of levels of vibration, and if you are vibrating, with low-level emotions like lust or anger or greed or all of this kind of stuff, violence, you're not going to be able to move up to the, the higher realms where it vibrates much faster. It's much more beautiful. You have many more, what I would call, I guess, supernatural powers. This sort of thing.
I've had the lust thing.
Oh yeah, this is something that the astral body is actually called the desire body. And
really?
This is something you'll find out pretty quick if you start doing this sort of stuff regularly, because this is where all your emotions come from, and your suppressions and anything you've really not dealt with. And when you pop out of body, this is not at all unusual. People become absolutely terrified.
Yeah, I get that.
Or completely joyous. Or consumed with lust, or, the desire to eat food.
It seems to me if you pop out of your body and then get consumed with lust, you're in real trouble, because you need that body.
Well, it's very much like having an erotic dream, you might say, except you're awake.
Yeah, I get it, sure.
So it's actually a really wonderful experience, because you can live out pretty much any fantasy you want. You can create feasts of food. You can do just about anything that you can think of. The power of thought on the other side is amazing. You just think it, and it has a huge effect.
Okay, the way you're talking about it leaves not much question in anybody's mind. You've been there.
I absolutely believe I have. I really do. I think that we actually all have out-of-body experiences, but the trick is really remembering them. And I'm not alone with this. This is what other out-of-body travelers say as well.
Oh, really?
Oh, yeah.
Gee, I can't forget mine. It was so profound that I can't forget it. There are various tricks, aren't there, to getting out of your body. Let's go there. I have heard it said that, for example, feeling paralyzed and hearing a buzzing sound is very frequently something that precedes a possible OBE. Is it true?
Right. That's called the vibratory state, and that means you're ready. You're actually feeling the higher vibration of the next dimension, which is what that is. So you're ready to go. It's basically just a process of relaxing till you get to that point.
Okay, I've been there. I can't get past it. It's too scary.
Yeah, there's a huge fear barrier which you have to get over and just do it. The thing to remember is you can't be hurt when you're out of body. It's a non-physical state. I know this is what everybody who talks about OBEs says. You can't be hurt. But I don't know. Let me ask you this. When you're out of body, is that, I hate to use this word, but I'm gonna. Is that your soul that is separating from your body, in your opinion? I don't know if it's quite like that, rather than it's just sort of an awakening to what's already there, or kind of reaching out to the larger parts of yourself. To a certain extent, it feels like that. I mean, it feels like you are no longer in your body. If you get good at this, though, you can get to a point where you can do what's called bilocation. And I've had just a few tiny tastes of that.
Do you think we have souls?
Oh, yeah.
Well, then, when you leave your body, would it be your guess that it is probably your soul that's a-leaving? We have to be a-leaving right now. We'll be right back in a few minutes. So relax, enjoy yourself. That sounds pretty good, doesn't it? We're talking about an oasis for the soul, perhaps, with Preston Dennett right now. We're talking about out-of-body experiences. Preston, welcome back.
Hello.
Hello. Okay, so I was talking about or asking about the soul, whether you thought the soul left the body when you leave the body.
Right. Well, some people do call it soul travel. I really don't know. I'm kind of just telling you what I experienced. And,
that's fair.
So I can't really say that this is my soul, but I do feel like you have a separate body, a dream body, which has actually these amazing abilities, such as flying. Flying alone is worth the price of admission for doing this thing.
Oh, yes. Oh, flying. I'm so into flying and just sort of floating and flying around the buildings and the lakes and the trees and the forest. We all kind of want to do that, and how cool it must be. And you're claiming you have done it.
Right, walk through walls, visit distant locations. I think a lot of people have had flying dreams, and this is a real close indicator that you're, close to remembering what's going on at night. We're all having these experiences each night.
How do you know whether you're ready to walk through a wall?
Well, you try it. It's a little disconcerting, I have to tell you at first. You're like, all right, I'm going to do it.
Boom.
I have to tell you, it took me over a year to keep my eyes open while doing it. And
really?
I wouldn't fly through telephone wires for a really long time just because, I was a little bit nervous about it.
So you really, you swear on a stack of somethings that you've walked through walls?
Absolutely. It's a remarkable experience. You can actually feel it.
That is so cool.
And brick is like a different texture from wood.
Wait. Describe it. You said you can feel it. If you walk through a wall, never having walked through one, tell me, what does it feel like?
Well, it's hard to describe, but you can feel the surface of the material, whether it's rough or smooth. Like brick is kind of grainy and rocky, and you can feel it right through your entire body, by the way, through your arms and legs.
Wow.
Which is different from wood and smaller, thinner substances like glass.
I know words are hard for this. Let me try this. Is there any difference in the resistance of wood going through a wall and, walking through a brick wall?
Yeah. Wood's easier, glass is easiest, and you kind of pop out. It's like going through a bubble. And you feel a little tug, and boink, you're out.
Oh, that's cool.
And, there's been times I've walked into walls and boom, hit it.
I really appreciate your being able to describe this. It's awesome. I've always wondered what it would feel like. And you're saying there is a difference. And you said with glass, it's kind of like a little, and you're through.
Right.
How cool is that?
But you can reach a point, where you don't actually feel any of this if you're vibrating a really high frequency. But normally when a person pops out, they're still pretty low frequency and they're trying to just orient themselves. And you try and walk through a wall and you might bounce off of it, which has happened to me many times. It took me a little bit to learn how to do it.
Well, see, that's what I'm worried about. Failure at walking through walls probably has some consequences, especially if you're really sure of yourself and you just go strutting right up to it. Boom.
Yeah, there was one time I popped out of body. I'm like, yay, I'm doing it. I flew through my bedroom door, flew through the hallway door. I was into the hallway outside, and I flew down the staircase of, my condo building where I lived at the time.
Yes.
And landed into the second landing and sunk right up to my knees. And I'm like, oh no, what do I do now? Like flailing around, and I lost consciousness and was pulled back into my body.
See, that's part of the really scary part to me. It just really is. The possibility that you might sink into something, for example. Ooh, that's not good.
Well, let me alleviate at least, some of your fears, because the truth is, what I found is it's very beneficial. And that the dangers are way overstated, and I found, in fact, it's got a lot more benefits than dangers. There's no real danger of getting locked out of your body. or getting possessed, or going too far away, or getting lost, or anything like that. Because you have this silver cord, which pulls you back. In fact, the problem is staying out. That's truly the problem. And you get pulled back at the least if you even think about your body. If you have, a lot of fear, it will pull you back. A lot of emotion of any kind will pull you right back into your body.
Yeah, I've got to give you this. Every person I've talked to on OBEs over the years has said roughly the same thing. So, that resonates with me. I've never had a description of walking through things. That was really cool. But the part about getting yanked back, if there's danger or if there's big emotion or something like that, most have said that. That's what causes me to kind of buy into all this, Preston, because everybody's saying the same thing.
Oh yeah, at first you're thinking, my God, is this happening to me? This can't be real. I must be dreaming. And you get into this sort of quest. And beginners always want to start moving objects. I tried that for years, and I still can't do it. There's some people who claim to be able to do it.
Right, not possible, I guess, huh?
I haven't been able to do it. But what I was able to do is go to a distant location and look at it, and I'm like, wow, I didn't expect this to look like this. It was, a location near my house, which I'd never been to.
Yes.
And I'm like, all right, I'm going to go there and see if this is actually true, because what it was the cement river, which is near my house at the time, and it had dirt banked up on the sides, huge amounts of it. I'm like, there's no way. This is a cement river. There was plants growing and all this stuff. I'm like, I have to go see this. And this is how I got proof that, this is not, the first time I got proof that this is not just a dream. Because it's very, pretty disorienting when you're out of your body and you're walking around. You feel like a ghost.
All right, so here's a question for you. If you are out of your body and try to move something, is it just your hand that goes right through it?
Right. Or you might think you actually moved it. And because there's kind of weird duplicate energy forms, I guess, thought forms, that you're moving around, which do move, but it's not the actual physical object. So, I haven't been able to do it, and I was obsessed with it because, I don't know, I felt like this ghost walking around, and I was dealing with a lot of emotions, dealing with a lot of lust, a lot of, gluttony. I would create these feasts of food and all this kind of thing.
That brings up another topic, which I want to ask you about. You said you felt like a ghost. Is it possible, Preston, that some ghost reports are people doing OBEs?
I would be surprised if it wasn't the case.
Really?
I think that there's a few verified cases, not nearly as many as I would think would be out there. But almost certainly that has to be the case. Because there are a lot of cases in the literature, at least, where people have gone over to other people's houses and appeared, which I've tried to do, by the way. And I'm flying around in front of people. I'm like, here I am. Do you see me? Do you see me?
Seriously?
And, they don't see me. They cannot see me.
But you can see what they're doing, right?
Right.
If not, can you hear them?
Well, let me think about that. I don't think I've been able to do that. I'd have to, I don't think so. There's been a couple of cases. Yeah, I was once, went to San Diego. I have a friend who lives down in San Diego. Thought, this is a far way to go. I'll try that.
Okay.
And this is kind of what you do. You have a plan in mind. And if you don't have your agenda ready, you're going to get distracted. You're going to lose consciousness. You have to really focus. It's a tightrope of consciousness.
You're saying you can plan this like you would a trip.
Exactly.
Wow. You really hesitated when I asked you about whether you could hear people. That's interesting. You would think the auditory aspect of it would either be shockingly there or even more shockingly missing.
Well, when you go to the other side, so to speak.
Yes.
It's telepathic. You do hear music and things like that, but when people are talking, you're hearing them in your mind.
Okay. That says it all. Do you always hear them in your mind, or sort of just if you want to?
Usually. Not always. No, I once popped out. This is something I wanted to do. I said, I want to meet an enlightened master, someone who's made it.
Right.
And this beautiful woman appeared on my balcony, just a beautiful blonde woman. She says, keep your eyes open. And she grabbed my arm and pulled me up. Of course, I closed my eyes. And I instantly opened them, and she's depositing me into this field. And there's this guy sitting on a chair who I'm presuming is, the enlightened master.
Right.
and he gives out this one weird sentence, which is what they do, these kind of koans or poems or something, little riddles. And it was really interesting what he says. He says, when you do something, do it absolutely. And he said it out loud, and he was punctuating each word. So it was an odd sentence for sure, which has hidden meaning to it, which I could talk about.
Sure. The whole thing is just so astounding to me. How many times, Preston, have you done this? I mean, is it so many you can't count, or what?
Well, I probably could count it, but it's got to be in the thousands there, consciously. I think, again, that's a trick question.
Yeah, I don't mean it to be. I don't mean it to be. I really don't. I'm so curious about this, and of course, people are going to come forward and they're going to say, I want to do this so badly. How do I do it?
Right. Well, for one thing, there's no real qualifications. All you need is the desire and the time to do it. You need to be open-minded enough to do it. Put in the discipline. I don't think there's any link to physical health, because some people who are really good at this have ill health and others are very healthy. And there's no real dangers, as I was talking about earlier. And the only real obstacles, I think, are that people are skeptical about it, or they're scared, or
okay. All right.
They're lazy.
I'm going to pin you to the wall here. You said there's no real danger, and I've had other people say that to me too. So here's the question that I need an answer to. How do you know that some people who have left their body on this excursion into Joyville, wherever it is you're going, didn't have the cord snap, and we now regard those people who left us in such a way as having died in their sleep? I mean,
right. No, I can definitely speak to that. There is one case, supposedly where something like that presumably did happen. But it was only one. It's kind of what I would call an outlier. And one person did tell me that they had a similar experience.
A friend of mine says it only takes one white crow to prove there's white crows.
These are statistically insignificant, though.
When
you look at the hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of cases of people who are doing this, there are just a very small residue.
Flying is safer, I know.
And and anyone can do it. It's absolutely easy to do.
All right, let's go back to this one that you know of, this outlier you called it.
Right. All I can tell you about the case is supposedly that this lady was proficient at doing out-of-body experiences, and one day died at a young age. And there was no real link that they could make, specifically that she was out-of-body practicing at the time she was doing it. But it's one case we have of, people who are really good at this and are doing it regularly, and they die at a young age mysteriously. Most of the people experience actually the opposite. I've got 20 cases
now I'm worried.
Of people who got healed of chronic illness, or healed of cancer, or healed of all kinds of illnesses, colds, healed
just
of hip
just from
injury.
being out of their bodies?
Absolutely. Yeah, there's these energies on the other side. This is where your perfect body is. The astral body is the superior body. It doesn't age, and your physical body is kind of modeled after it. So you can actually reach these healing places and heal yourself of physical illness.
Now, see, that's making quite a claim.
I've got 20 cases. They're anecdotal, but one really good one is Bruce Moan. He cured himself of sarcoidosis, which, his case was a really bad one, and it's often fatal. And he was getting worse and worse, and was able to go out of body and work on this wound.
Better than Obamacare, huh?
I recently, tried to go to one of these healing temples and was successful. I couldn't believe it. I was so excited.
You're saying there are temples on the other side where you can go to be healed.
Right. I'd read about them several times. People have, you hear different kind of explanations and descriptions, I would say. And I'm like, well, this is something I want to do. I'm going to put this on my list. And I did it. I popped out of body, and I, made the command, sort of made the intent known. And at that point, you're pulled off through the other side, or up into the sky. Really, I was 50 feet up above my house, and then boom, you go through this weird barrier, I guess you would call it, and you're on the other side.
Wow.
And it's what I would call the heavenly realms. Honestly, I'm not a very religious man, but this is what it feels like. I mean,
I'm not overly religious either, Preston, so I'm with you there. I have hopes, but I have no strong faith, and
I wanted to see.
I wish I did. I wish I did, and it might well be that seeing what you're describing would absolutely do the trick for me. Bring me to the healing temple. Hey, I've got a bad back.
Exactly what you do. Anyone can do this. You just meditate on this subject as you go to sleep. There's various ways of reaching the other side, and you don't have to go through all the weird exit sensations and things like this. I'm going to say about half of the out-of-body experiences I have, I just wake up on the other side. And, you're fully awake, by the way. Colors are much more vivid. It's the real reality. This is a pale comparison.
If I can just get past the fear. I mean, it really is scary, Preston, because you do go through that thing where there's a humming sound, and you may go through feeling paralyzed. These are frightening things to happen to a person before you get to something better. They really are scary.
Oh, yeah, and it can get very loud. It can feel like an electric shock and feel like you're standing next to a jet engine.
See, that's what I mean.
But, that's as bad as it gets, and then pop, you're out, and boy, is it worth it. And there's just so many things you can do. You can learn about your past lives, for instance. You can visit deceased loved ones. And so, by the way,
slow up. Past lives. My goodness, Preston. So you believe in reincarnation?
Well, I think I'm leaning towards it for sure, because I have some weird memories flowing through my head, which I can't pinpoint to this life.
Okay.
And this has kind of always been that way for me, but really, when I started going out of body, I'm like, all right, let's see a past life. And
you did?
I was able to do it several times.
May I inquire what you learned of yourself?
I learned that I had a lot of them. One life was, as a Native American. It's really interesting because often you're taken to the most traumatic or emotional incident of a lifetime, which is often the death scene. This was one where it wasn't. It was sort of the, what would you call it? Come of awakening, where a 17-year-old turns into a man type of ceremony.
I would definitely not want to go to my death scene.
Yeah, it's scary. Let me tell you, I pulled out from a couple of them. I'm like, no, I'm not doing this. Because, this is something, you learn a lot about yourself. I learned a lot about, my obsessions with ships, for instance.
Ships?
I've had a lot of lifetimes where I was on, in the Navy or sailing or a pirate even.
Wow.
A lot of lifetimes where I was a monk, which I found kind of interesting because I'm really not religious, but I'm kind of really into the same sort of thing if you think about it.
You're like a travel agent for the other side.
Oh, it's amazing. I can't ask people enough to just try this. If you still have fear, here's one really good way of doing it, is you think of someone you love who's already on the other side. And you can create a love bridge. And pretty much everyone has at least one person they know who's, passed away. And what you do is you just concentrate on that person that night and say, I want to see you. Uh-huh. I want you to take me on a tour to the other side. I want to see how it's going. Let's connect. And it will happen. If you might take a couple of meditations, but often it'll happen on the first night if you're really into it.
Well, I know a lot of people who have medical problems, take off to Bangkok in Thailand, get them taken care of, come home with extra money. That's one kind of travel for your health, and you're talking about an entirely different one, which is just so much harder for me. I can never get past that buzz. Just never get past it. Well, this is, of course, Midnight in the Desert. I'm Art Bell.
Wanna take a lot of love, change the way things are. Gonna take a lot of love. We won't get too far. So if you look in my direction and we don't see eye to eye, my heart needs protection and so do I.
Coming to you at the speed of light in the darkness, this is Midnight in the Desert with Art Bell. Now, here's Art.
Here I am. Preston Dennett is my guest, and I'm so glad to have him. We're discussing out-of-body experiences, OBEs. I've interviewed over the years many people about this topic, and Preston, with some exceptions, is telling me exactly what they've told me. I believe that this is the real thing. You really can do it, folks. I know it's scary, and I'm trying to talk you into something that I'm scared to death of myself, so that's probably uncool, but it really is the real thing. You just have to be able to get past this buzzing, get past this perhaps being paralyzed a little bit, and somehow launch yourself. And I guess it's like, Preston, like a learning experience. Once you've been out, second time is easier, third time easier, that kind of thing?
Yeah, I would say that that's true. Though there are still times, I'll be like lying down, I'll just go to bed, and suddenly I feel the vibrations. I'm like, whoa, I'm still awake here. And I'm like, and I fly out. I'm like, whoa, and that's happened a couple of times.
I do understand. Let's just one last time go back to the dangers, which there are no dangers except for that outlier, which is worrying me a little. So generally, any strong emotion, any fear is a strong emotion, anything will yank you back into your body, and you will be awake immediately. Is that correct?
Right. And, that, again, the problem is staying out. It's not that there aren't any dangers. You can pop out and there's hostile ghosts.
Oh, now see? Now why did you tell me that? Hostile ghosts.
Well, I want to be honest.
Okay, well,
Which
thank
has
you.
happened to me, a couple of times, but I just ran back to my body, basically. And that happens automatically. It's like, oh no, I'm going back.
Well...
But yeah, it was scary. It definitely was.
Describe that one, if you would, please. Hostile ghosts. You popped... I'm sorry. I need to get oriented. I've got so many questions in my brain, and one is this. It seems to me that the time this occurs is in that, weird little time between consciousness and sleep. There's this little weird gray area, right?
Well, that's the doorway to the, getting out of body.
There you have
sort
it.
of
Yeah.
hypnagogic state.
Right.
Which is where the magic is. That's where it happens, the crack between the worlds. So
boy, it's such a weird time, isn't it? Between when you're awake and when you're asleep. And I can tell when it's coming because I start having weird thoughts. Really just off the wall weird thoughts about weird things. And then I'm asleep.
Right, I've tracked it very carefully. Suddenly your reasoning goes right out the window.
Oh, yes.
And you're just imagining things, and you're thinking they're real, and it becomes very kind of almost chaotic.
So there's no dangers except, of course, dying because you didn't get snapped back and or manifesting before hostile ghosts.
Right. Well, there was a time I would say I popped out of body. And I'm like, all right, I'm going to go. And I'm going to be totally honest with you. Usually when I go to the other side, it sort of happens automatically, or I do it by just flying real fast and saying, this is where I want to go.
Right.
And you pop out in these beautiful heavenly realms, or sometimes farther where it's even more amazing. But sometimes, you are kind of in between, and there's what you call a darker place.
Yes.
Sort of a blackness, or the lower realms. And I've visited these as well to a certain extent. Have you ever intentionally gone to those darker places? Yeah, and it was not nice. People were pushing and shoving, and you try and pull them out of this place, and they can't hear you. Really? And it's very uncomfortable, to say the least. And But once I was flying out, and I felt some weird little creature grab my ankle.
Oh.
Well, this does not feel human.
Let me tell you something. You have just scared away 70%, 80% of the people who were in your camp ready to try it. Women don't like to think about hostile things grabbing their ankles. They don't like it at all, I can tell you.
I know how it sounds, and it did creep me out a little bit. I reached down and I felt its little fingers.
Oh.
And I peeled them off.
You peeled them off. So in other words, you can, even though you can't move objects out of body, you can move other, dare I say it, other out-of-body entities.
Yes, it feels real, in fact. There's not an experience on Earth that you can't duplicate, and it feels, if not real, even more real. You can interact with it, if it's not the physical environment, an environment that's exactly like it.
I mean, really, Preston, what is one of the scariest things you ever see in a movie? It's some lady standing there with this evil, probably detached hand headed toward her ankle, and everybody screams. So that's a rough one to get past.
Yeah, well, I'm telling you, the benefits of this are so much better.
Yeah, but as a travel agent, you might as well pull your shingle off your door. Talking about ankles. Ay. Okay, all right.
So, that was one experience. And another, I'm going to be honest, which was unpleasant, was I flew out of my house, and there was 3 men there who were clearly hostile and wanted to hurt me.
Not the 3 wise men.
No, these were not wise men. These were murderers. These were thieves. These were worse. I mean, these people were vile.
Lovely.
So I'm like, all right, I'm leaving.
Probably all 3 of them products of having died violently, and God, that was an interesting story, wasn't it? Iceland,
right.
Of all places, Iceland.
It certainly touched a nerve, because there's, as I said, a lot of ghost problems out there. In fact, if a person does this astral travel, at some point you're going to be called on to save a lost soul. I'm like, hey, that hasn't happened to me, so I did it. I did it intentionally. And it was amazing. I found this lost, I was taken actually to this girl who had apparently suffocated under her house. I had the impression that she was murdered, but I couldn't say how. But she was scared. I'm just terrified, and I'm like, it's okay, come with me. And she wouldn't. I'm like, your mommy wants to see you.
Right.
And that sort of, got her. She's like, yeah, really? And I'm like, yeah, I'll take you to your mommy. And I'm just, winging it, because I didn't know what to say. She was a poor little girl. I felt terrible.
That's what every bad guy going after a poor little girl says. I'm going to take you to your mommy.
Yeah, well, somehow I was able to convince her, and the poor thing, she took my hand. I could feel it. And I've read a lot about this, that it's, at some point they disappear, and you want to pay very close attention. So I had her hand, and I was looking at her. She was just a little girl with blonde hair, a little sundress.
Yes.
Cute little girl.
Yeah.
And I'm like, let's go see your mommy. And I flew off to, what I would call the heavenly realms. And boom, no sooner was I kind of right through that barrier and into this pastoral place where she was gone.
See, you had me during the first hour. You had me cold. I was ready to try it again, and now you've lost me.
Pastoral place where she was gone.
See, you had me during the first hour. You had me cold. I was ready to try it again, and now you've lost me. I'm scared again. What do you think? We'll come back to OBEs in a second. What do you think causes people to become stuck here, ghosts?
I think there's a huge number of reasons. And the number one being they're skeptical of life after death to such a point that they don't even consider the possibility that they're dead. So that's a huge problem.
That the dead just don't know they're dead.
They don't know it. They honestly do not. It seems hard for me to believe, but this is a real problem. And as well, there's that whole category of people who are addicted to whether it's alcohol, drugs, or sex, or, even their home.
Right.
They don't want to leave their house because they love it. And they know they're dead and they don't care. Another reason is guilt. People feel so guilty that they're afraid that they're going to be judged by God if they go to the other side.
Well, I have heard that people do get attached to houses, that ghosts get attached to houses, and I'll be honest, I'm attached to my house.
Yeah, I love my little house. I don't want to leave it.
I mean, it is part of a human's comfort level, right, in life. Your house is your castle, whatever you want to call it, your comfort place.
But here's the thing, Art. You have one on the other side. You can create one, is what I'm saying. And it's awesome because you can build things any way you want with just your thought power. You know, once you get good at this and you go up, what I would say, you know, to the next dimension beyond, or a dimension beyond the pastoral realms, which is, you know, it gets really crazy up in the higher realms because you can do all these things that are like superhuman.
You know, I wanted to talk to you about this tonight because I wanted to talk about it, but I had no idea that you were this into it, this experienced with it. How long have you been doing this, Preston? Did you begin young or what?
I began pretty young, actually. You know, and this is now my favorite subject, by the way. I love this stuff. It has transformed my life to such a degree that I think
hear it. Yeah, I can hear it in your voice. You know,
it's so much fun.
You were doing this?
Well, my mom died in 1984, and I was 19 years old. And so it was a real shock. I think our family was very skeptical of this kind of thing. I know they were. Certainly I was. Didn't believe in ghosts or life after death or anything paranormal. And so this was a really difficult thing to deal with, obviously.
Sure.
I saw her ghost. I'm thinking, all right, you know, I'm really flipped my lid. I'm not going to tell anyone this. I'll tell you that.
Right. I get that too. If you were to describe all this, I think in everyday life, I mean, you and I are on a program right now that talks about this kind of thing. But, you know, if this was unraveling to a stranger in a bar, it'd be a problem.
Right.
It'd probably not work out real well for you.
No, I wasn't happy about it, but you know, I started having dreams about her that were very powerful, and I was convinced she was visiting me, even though I knew it was impossible. So it was very confusing. I picked up some books on dreams, which led to lucid dreaming.
Okay, see that causes me to ask a very important question. How do you know, Preston, that these are not just either really good or in some cases really bad dreams?
Well, there's two ways. The first way is when you pop out and you turn and you look at your body, you know. You can feel it. It's a kind of revelatory experience, I guess you might say. But
I do agree with that. If you look at your own body, if you pop out and you look at your own body, that's big. No question about it. That doesn't seem like a dream. I don't think I've ever seen my own body in a dream. I know I haven't.
It looks really weird when you do it, I have to tell you.
Sure
like, whoa. And, you know, and it's very convincing. Absolutely, you know, unlike, I mean, you're awake. Is I guess what I'm trying to say. It's, you know how when you know you're awake, you know you're awake.
Yeah, sure.
It's like that. So you're like, all right, there's no doubt. And
yeah, actually, you are very convincing. It's the tone of your voice and, the enthusiasm in your voice. You just know what he's saying is the real thing, right? Midnight in the Desert, Raging in the Night. I'm Art Bell. And this for a moment. You pop out of your body. You pop out on the other side, and there's the screaming lady and 100 of her clones.
To initiate a dialogue sequence with Art Bell, please coordinate your phalanges and call 1-952-225-5278. That's 1-952-CALL-ART.
The screaming lady. All right, Preston Dennett is my guest, and we're talking about a lot of things. We're talking about OBEs mainly, and they are amazing, absolutely amazing. And I'm sure that all of you can also hear it in his voice. This is real if you've got the guts. And if you do, after hearing all of the, well, call it the downside or the possible dangers that actually, you know, as a point here in the interview, Well, it does say what are the dangers. You did say there are no dangers earlier, right?
Right. It depends what your definition of danger is. I don't think there's any danger of death or, like certain things that people really fear.
Well, okay, let's try and define danger. Danger might be hand grabbing ankle. Definitely danger. Danger might be 3 murderers staring at you as you pop out. Definite danger. Hand grabbing ankle. Definite danger. Danger might be 3 murderers staring at you as you pop out. Definite danger. Danger might be the line breaks and you can't get back to your body, as in somebody died in their sleep. I mean, I can't get past that one, Preston. A lot of people die in their sleep, and how is it that we can know that they are not victims of a snapped cord?
Well, we can't. I don't know. All I can tell you is that the evidence of people who are doing this regularly are showing a lot of benefits. And the dangers of, getting possessed or getting locked out or all of this is way overblown. I'm not seeing it.
Well, I will give you this. It seems to me that that most people have a positive experience. I just always meditated on that. People do die in their sleep, and no, the cord never snaps. Well, not for those who live. Excuse me. So mostly it's a good deal, folks. Give it a try. And so now describe, if you would, Preston, how it actually is done. When you get to that magic little place and you feel yourself slipping towards sleep, and instead of sleeping, you want to leave your body, what's the key?
Right. Well, the way to slip to that magical place is you relax to the point where you start to feel one of several sensations. Now, this could be numbness, this could be lightness, or even a feeling of heaviness. Mm-hmm. You want to get to that place where you don't even know where your arms and legs are. You're lying there in bed like, where are my arms and legs? You want to get really relaxed. I mean, profoundly relaxed.
Okay.
Sometimes it takes me, 20 minutes. And if you start feeling this vibration, this is excellent news. And yes, it can get very loud. In fact, you can hear all kinds of noises, even swearing and growling, and furniture moving, engine noises, people's voices.
You're hearing all this in this middle period?
This can happen. It doesn't happen to most people. Normally, they just feel a vibration and hear a noise.
Yeah.
And then you pop out, and it's very disorienting because you have not done this before, and it's difficult to see.
See, that's why I think a lot of people pop out and then pop back in immediately because they had the scared out of them.
That's what I did. Yeah, I'm like, all right, this is going to be fun. I'm going to do the exercises. And I did the exercises. I started to have lucid dreams. One day I popped out. I'm like, oh, this is not good news. I've just died. What have I done?
I bet a lot of people think that.
And I looked at my body. I'm like, well, this is awful. I'm like, oh, this is not good news. I've just died. What have I done?
I bet a lot of people think that.
And I looked at my body. I'm like, well, this is awful. I feel really bad. And I dived back into it, and I woke up instantly, and I thought, oh my God, I just did it. And I was super excited.
Huh. Without apparent danger in that. So you've done this so many times that you've had these very occasional, what would you say, 1% negative?
Yeah, that sounds about right. Maybe even a little less. There was one time I did come up to this giant wall, and I couldn't break through it. And finally I was able to break through it. So that was a little disconcerting, but I just broke through it.
Yeah, you're supposed to be able to go through anything, sort of.
Yeah, this was a barrier between the dimensions.
Wow. All right, and you also say, or you pose a question about the deceased. You're suggesting that you can visit with those who have passed.
Right.
That says so much. I mean, if you can do that, then, my goodness, Preston, you really are in the place where the light is, in the place where you'll ultimately go. Otherwise, how can you see those who have passed?
Oh, Art, I have to tell you, the first time I went doing this because I wanted to see my mother. The first time I actually went awake and did this and saw her was the most amazing reunion I have ever had with anybody. Now I've done this several times. I've known a number of people who've died, and pretty much every time I'll go and visit them.
Wow.
But boy, with her.
So you met your mom.
Oh man, I was on my knees. She was so young. She looked so young. I couldn't believe it. I've lost most of my hair, but it all came flowing back. I have full hair back there. All my wrinkles disappear.
On the other side?
Oh yeah, it's great.
Sounds good right away. Get your hair back?
It's amazing. And my mom looks amazing. I'm like, Mom! And, just the reunion was unbelievable.
So you recognized her as Mom, even though she was younger and more vibrant? Wow.
In fact, when you're out of body, sometimes there's these things called projections. You're making these things around you, your thoughts. And you're like, is this even a real person?
Okay,
you have to be a little bit careful.
There's a very good point. Do you think, Preston, it's possible that the living human mind is creating these, do you think, Preston, it's possible that the living human mind is creating these, what's the right word for it? Star Trek had a word for it, I think.
Materializations or...
No. These worlds, I mean, I guess the question is it possible it's just your own human mind in some sort of mode to create a hologram?
Well, to a certain extent, yes, because the universe is composed of our thoughts. And that's what it comes down to. This physical world is actually a projection.
Right. You have thoughts of your mom, right? When she was young, or not?
Oh yeah. Yeah, absolutely. The proof that this isn't coming from a living mind, though, I think is pretty extensive. We have a lot of people visiting these locations on the other side, and they're describing the same type of thing. The people are getting information that they couldn't have gotten any other way, about the deceased and things like this.
Okay, that's an interesting question. And proof. In other words, how many times has somebody gone to the other side and come back with, some piece of information that amounts to proof because it could not have been known in any other way?
Yep, happened to me. Couldn't believe it. I popped out and I'm on the other side walking around, and I'm like, this is the bright place. This is where I usually go and, to meet people who've died. It's very bright. And there was my friend Rex. I'm like, Rex? What in God's name are you doing here? He was alive. I'm like, what? He was looking great. Normally he's in pretty bad health. Hunched over, has stomach problems. Yeah. But by no means, super severe to the point of, death or anything like this.
And you're saying he was at that time still among the living?
Well, I came back to my body. I'm like, oh my God, do I call him? I should call him.
Right.
He was actually my father's friend. I don't know him that well.
Right.
I'm like, well, I don't really know him. Well, he called, or his family called us. He had a stroke, and he was non-responsive. He was, in a coma there for a while. He eventually did recover.
Wow.
But, he looked great there on the other side, I have to tell you.
How soon after you came back did he have that stroke?
He had already had the stroke.
Already?
Yeah, but I did not know it.
So he was sort of a little bit here and a little bit there, in a way.
I think that's what it was. Absolutely. Yeah. It was the place where I always see these people, who have passed on. Usually. I had a friend who died of alcoholism. And a very close friend, by the way. It was tragic. And I'm like, well, I don't know how this is going to go.
Right.
And I'm like, but I'm going to try. And about, a couple of weeks after he died, I gave him a little bit of time. I popped out. It kind of happened naturally. And I found myself in this very dark place, one of the much lower realms. And he was not a happy man. He did not look well, and he told me, I'm not ready. He kept saying, I'm not ready. I could not do anything for him. So that was terrible. I came back not feeling well. I'm like, oh no, I can't tell anyone this, his family or anyone.
You should have said something to him about the clinic on the other side.
Right? Well, I prayed for him, is what I did, and I went back, I sent him, I guess, what you call love energy.
Okay, all of these experiences you've had on the other side, Preston, was there ever a sign of what, we all think of as God or a God?
Oh yeah.
Oh?
Yeah. I think the higher you go, it starts to permeate the atmosphere. It starts to glow and sparkle in a way that you're like, all right, this is like the source. I went to the light. I'm like, all right, I want to try the light. Right. I did that. I basked in it. I'm like, wow, this is lovely. But it was kind of like a sauna. It's like beautiful. Lots of love. It was great.
A sauna.
But I didn't stay there.
Right. If you did, I doubt I'd be interviewing you right now. Preston Dennett is my guest. This, of course, is Midnight in the Desert. I'm Art Bell. Stay right where you are.
For Dark Matter News, I'm Leo Ashcraft. Debris found in the western Indian Ocean on Wednesday appears to be part of a Boeing 777, the same model as Malaysia Airlines Flight 370 that disappeared in 2014. A source close to the investigation says there is a unique element to the Boeing 777's wing flap component that Boeing observers believe making resemblance to Michael Jackson. She says it certainly is very spooky. The image is so clear. Sometimes you can see these things in photos. It's an image of something, but you're almost willing it to be something else. But you look at it and it's clearly a face, and it does look like Michael Jackson. A physicist is building a time machine to reconnect with his dead father. His scientific papers were published years ago, filled with equations wrought by the energies of a younger man. But at 69, theoretical physicist Ron Mallett still goes to work every day to build a time machine. Boyd Mallett died when Ron was 10. He vowed as a boy to sail back through time in a device to warn the older Mallett of the heart attack that would take his life on the night of his 11th wedding anniversary. A University of Connecticut research professor who for years taught in the classroom, Mallett immersed himself in the mysteries of time and space, crafting equations derived from the work of Albert Einstein. This year is a milestone for both his heroes. The 100th anniversary of Einstein's general theory of relativity that made time travel a serious topic among today's theoreticians, and the 60th anniversary of his father's death. The number of lectures that Mallett gives has doubled because of the Einstein anniversary. Their current model is a series of stacked ring lasers, each glowing green ring circulating at its level around a glass tube, the whole stack theoretically twisting the space inside. The equation near the beginning of his story was published in 2000 in the first of Mallett's two breakthrough scientific papers. It begins with the Greek letter omega and describes how a neutron can be moved or dragged because the space it occupies is being twisted by laser light. Einstein connected space and time. If space can be twisted, so can time, twisted and bent back onto itself to form loops. No longer linear, time becomes a circular highway that can be traveled in both directions, to the past and future. He says, think of a cup of coffee. The coffee represents empty space. The spoon is the laser stirring that space. Drop a coffee bean, a neutron, into the cup, and it swirls and swirls in the coffee vortex, pulled around by a process known to scientists as frame dragging. Enough intense swirling, space twists and time twists and loops back onto itself. Will Mallett finally succeed in this lifelong dream of building a time machine? Only time will tell. I'm Leo Ashcraft for Dark Matter News.
There's a man going around taking names, and he decides who to free and who to blame. Everybody won't be treated all the same. There'll be a golden ladder reaching down when the man comes around. The hairs on your arm will stand up at the terror in each sip and in each sup. Will you partake of that last offered cup? or disappear into the potter's ground when the man comes around.
Midnight in the Desert spans the world. To call us from outside the U.S. and Canada only, use Skype with a headset mic if on a computer and call MITD 55. That's MITD 55.
Okay, it's time for the talk. I'm going to open the lines because Preston Dennett is so fascinating. I know that some of you have questions. So here's the talk. The best way to reach us is Skype. It is the cleanest way, actually. If you can get a good Skype connection, for example, on a smartphone, doesn't matter whether you've got an iPhone or whatever kind of smartphone you have. Android, doesn't matter. Put Skype on it, and then get yourself ready. And the way you get ready is to dial MITD 51. If you're in North America or Canada, MITD 51, Midnight in the Desert 51. And then it'll be in your list, and you can, even though I haven't, pair it up with you, as it were, you can hit that any time and call. It's that easy. It really is that easy, especially on a smartphone. Or, of course, a computer. And if you're on a computer, you need a headset. Now, if you're outside of North America, anywhere else in the world, worldwide, it's MITD 55. MITD 55. Then, one more thing. We've got a public number, a telephone number. You can call that and get on the air, but you've got to let it ring until it's answered. Please don't get discouraged. We're not screening calls. We'll just take them as we get them, but we won't put you on hold. So the public number you can call is area code 952-225-5278. Let me give that again. The public number is area code 952-225-5278. All that said, Preston, are you there?
I'm here.
Okay, you can imagine, a lot of people have questions about this kind of thing. So, we're going to go to some of them, if it's okay with you.
Oh, yeah, bring them on.
Trust me, they'll come. Anne, hello there on Skype. You're on the air. Anne.
Oh, Anne, this is Dino.
Well, Dino, it says Anne there, A-N-N-E. What am I supposed to do?
I know, it must be my wife's name. How you doing, Art?
Just fine.
Yeah, hey, I'm calling from the Facebook group Talking Midnight in the Desert with Art Bell.
Really? Okay.
Shut up.
Yeah, hey.
Yeah, interesting guest you got going here.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
It's an interesting topic, and it's real. I've interviewed so many people about this, and they sort of say the same thing. Now, Preston gave me more of the possible negative side than others have. Other than that, though, the process, how it's done, all that seems the same, so.
Yeah, I mean, I've tried many years to get to that point. Still can't get there. I don't know if he has any, any help for us who can't get to that point.
Right.
Because I've been trying. Can't get there, though.
Preston?
Right. Well, there are different ways to approach it. You can approach this during the day. There's a simple exercise you can do that has a really powerful effect. And that's to ask yourself if you are out of body right now. And I know how it sounds because you're not. But if you do this, as much as you possibly can, but at least a couple of times a day, preferably, every hour, you will do this at night. And you'll have the most profound experience because suddenly you're going to ask yourself this question and you're going to find out that you are in fact out of body. But you have to do what's called reality testing. And to do reality testing, well, there's various ways, to find out if you're out of body or not. You can try throwing something. If it levitates, you're out of body. You can try pushing your finger through your desk or a wall.
That could be painful if you fail.
Just lightly press and it'll be astounding. You'll be at work there typing or whatever you do.
See, for example, right now. Ow.
Yeah, my finger ain't going through at all. No, but
no, yeah, but
I will
want you
keep
to do
trying.
This
that's for sure.
Whenever you think of it, a couple times a day, and you'll do this at night, and your finger's going to go through that desk, and you're going to be like, oh my God, I'm out of body.
I would be.
Already out of body.
All right, so during the day, enlighten me. I get the between consciousness and sleep part, but during the day, how do you do this?
Well, this is something you want to do all day long. When you wake up,
I don't know.
During breakfast, at work, when you come home, ask yourself, am I dreaming right now? Could this possibly be a dream? Could I be out of body? And you look around. If you see any anomalies, this is what's called a cue, and pretty much every dream will have one. Something that's not quite matching up with reality as you know it. And this is how you get lucid.
Yeah, I will try this out. I hope I don't hurt my finger. But I love the show, Art. Love the show. Love that you're back. And Dino giving you a shout out there. Love you.
I love being here. Thank you very much. And we've got an international caller, I believe, on the line. Hello? Hello there. Are you there? Going once. Come on, I know you're there. Brandon. Is that right? Brandon, are you there? No, I guess Brandon's not going to say anything. Okay, no problem. We can move on. And we've got a million calls here, so not sure where to go. Let's go to the phones and say, hello there. You are on Midnight. Hello?
Yeah, Art?
Yes.
Yeah, hi. This is Gary out in Phoenix and some Roswells over there.
Thank you.
For you. Yeah, this is one of my favorite subjects. I was back in I've had like 4 out-of-body experiences. The first one was back in 1996 or 97, and I was having that sleep paralysis thing with the vibration, and I was always be terrified. It happened periodically throughout my life, and then I actually heard your program, and I forget who you had on there, but he was saying about directing your energy away from your body.
Yes.
Yeah, and so I did it, and
it worked.
I wasn't very successful, but I ended up right by the doorknob. It was like I was trying to go out the front door, but I was hovering right above the doorknob, and then another time I got freaked out. I got out of my body and I went down to the ground, and so I was looking up and I could see my hand off the edge of my bed, and it freaked me out. I just popped back in my body, but
right. See, anything that freaks you out, I guess, brings you back, according to Preston.
Right.
Yeah.
Right, that's absolutely what happens. Yeah, there's all different kinds of ways of getting out of your body. The best way is to do visualizations of some kind, and usually something involving movement, like being on a swing set, maybe, or the bow of a boat, going up and down, or pretending that you're running down a pathway. There's various things like this, spinning in a circle. All of these will spin you right out of your body, and it's a very easy way to do it.
Okay, those are actually pretty good tips. I appreciate it. Thank you very much. And here is Triana, I think. You never know whose name is on the Skype. It could be somebody else. But it says Triana. Hello.
Hi, Art. This is Trina in Chattanooga, Tennessee.
Trina, okay. You're really loud, Trina, so just back away a little bit.
Okay, is that better?
It is. So much better, yes.
Okay, great. Roswell's.
Thank you.
I just wanted to call in and make a comment. I got a little bit spooked a few minutes ago. Your guest was talking about something reaching out and grabbing his leg.
I knew it. See, I knew that. Yeah.
I'm beginning to wonder if your guest was there in my experience, because I experienced that exact same thing.
Oh, Preston, did you grab her ankle?
The funny thing about it is, I was in a room where there were lots of like little baby gray hands.
Ooh.
They covered the room. The entire room was covered with these little hands. But one huge gray hand came out from the middle and grabbed my leg. But I was paralyzed.
Yeah, for sure.
So I couldn't get away from it. And it was the scariest thing I have ever experienced in my life.
Okay, Triana, did it snap you back to your body?
It did. It did. I did wake up, but I could still feel the hand on my leg.
God. Well,
that was the scariest part about it.
Yeah. Preston, something like that could scare you so much that you would never, ever try it again. Yes?
Yeah, that's true. I think, but if you read the books about it, you'll see that there's some amazing things that this can do for you, and there are ways to protect yourself. You can do white light meditations, and as you get good at this sort of thing is not a problem at all. You automatically pop out into the very high realms.
Giant gray hands, they're a problem for me. And obviously for Deanna. Are you, Deanna, are you going to try it again, hon,
Yeah.
or are you finished?
No. Well, see, actually, I didn't try it the first time. It just happened to me.
Oh.
I just went to that weird place, and it was like, I don't know, it wasn't a dream. It was that state that you talk about where you're in between being asleep and being awake.
Right.
I wasn't trying to do it. It just happened. But I would certainly never try it now that has happened to me.
So even after all the encouraging things, the very encouraging things that Preston has said about this, it's a big no.
As of right now, it is a big no. If I were to have a positive experience without trying it, then I may go forward with trying it more often in the future. But after this, I would never just go for it and try it.
I get it.
I would love to have the experiences that some of these other people have had, where you go and you see friends and family and loved ones.
Mm-hmm.
But after this, I just don't know if I could go there.
Okay. I so get it, Trina. Thank you very, very much.
Thank you so much for taking my call, Art.
Oh,
and
you're very welcome.
We're really glad that you're back.
Do it again. Call again. Thank you. So, Preston, there you go. She got scared so profoundly.
Yeah, well, the thing is, this is something that I would encourage everyone to do because sooner or later we are going to die. And it gives us a huge leg up.
Yeah, but this is like practice.
It absolutely is. And you can grow spiritually leaps and bounds by doing this kind of stuff.
Not to mention the clinic.
And here's another thing that we haven't even talked about. This wakens up your psychic abilities so profoundly that, I was coming home with dreams that were coming true on a pretty much daily basis, and it translated into waking clairvoyance. And I've had so many, really profound psychic experiences as a result of doing this.
Well, okay. Those are encouraging words. Here's somebody called Tristamy21. Are you there?
Hi there, Art.
I get to see your picture,
Yeah, it's a little offensive. Sorry about that.
Well, yeah, it's two fingers
up in the air.
Both trying to send me a message there. I almost didn't answer you because of that.
I'm sorry. Yeah, that's an old picture.
You might want to modify that. Not a lot of people would answer that, but
No. Well, yeah.
I go on screen, so what the heck?
Yeah. Sorry about that.
So anyway, go ahead.
Yeah, I've had something happen. It was when I was younger. I actually fell off a cliff and landed on my back, and I couldn't stand up. I couldn't move. It was like paralyzed.
Wow.
And it seemed like an out-of-body kind of experience. It was really surreal. Things were quite odd.
Do you think you were conscious the whole time, or not?
I don't know. It was just really bizarre. I don't know how to explain it. Never felt anything like that in my life before, though. And I couldn't move, and then all of a sudden, after that, I got up and I could walk again. I thought I was paralyzed, though.
How far did you fall?
About 15 feet.
Oh, my God.
Yeah.
Yeah, you should have been out cold, for sure. And maybe you were. Who knows?
Well, yeah, I landed right on a rock on my spine, basically.
Ay.
Yeah.
Okay, so maybe you went to the clinic.
I didn't go anywhere.
Well, I know. But you were okay.
Yeah.
You said you got up and could walk.
Yeah. I don't know what happened, like how that happened. I thought I was paralyzed.
Usually you fall 15 feet onto a rock.
Mm-hmm.
No walkie. No walkie. You don't walk
right.
on, so...
Well, what's interesting about that is that's getting the wind knocked out of you to the point where it's actually knocking you right out of your body, partially. And this is actually pretty commonly reported in falls.
Really?
People will find themselves standing next to their body for a brief second and then slip back in or feel kind of dissociated. They might see glows and just have difficulty, just like you're describing, actually. Exactly what's different.
Do you see any kind of light or darkness or anything weird?
Things seemed kind of lighter. It was a long time ago, but yeah.
Still amazing.
Yeah, I just can't even really describe it.
All right, well, close enough. 15 feet onto a rock. My God.
Yeah.
Change the picture, trust me.
Well, I'm lucky. Yeah, I can walk.
Right. Like I said, change the picture.
Yes, I will. I'll call you again soon, and
please do.
I'll have
yes.
a different one. Yeah,
yes.
I'll have a nice one.
Something nice. Yes, that'd be nice. Most people, believe me, would not have answered that in a million years. Let's go to the phone. So many people. Spokane, Washington. You're on the air. Good evening. Preston is listening.
How you doing, Art?
Okay, sir.
On the air. Hey, I was just going to say I've had several experiences out of body, and I've been doing it quite a few times, and then all of a sudden I hit this wall, literally, and wasn't unable to do it again. It always seemed like it was my escape.
You mean, okay, we don't have a great connection. You're saying you hit a wall, literally.
Literally. There was this house. I'd always go to this house when there was trouble, when I was projecting myself to access my way back into my body. And I would always end up crawling through this or that way, and I would open the door and go through. Well, I opened the door, and it's bricked up, and I have never been able to do it again since.
Okay, well, Preston says that you can go through walls, right?
Yeah, well, I was literally like bang, done, bounced back, and never been able to do it again.
Huh.
There's the best thing about that.
So you're done with it, huh?
I've tried. I can't do it.
Okay, well, maybe it's that you can't, because you can't go through walls. Any advice on going through walls, Preston?
Yeah, well, I know what he's saying. I've actually reached this at a point, I was unable to do it for a year. I'm like, well, is this ability gone from me? Because there's a couple of cases out there where people did it for a while and then, boom, they couldn't do it. And they had like one last visitation with a spirit who said, you're done because you've learned all you need to learn, or you're not at that level, or various messages like this.
So he needs to try the wall again.
Yeah, I think that if you continue to do various exercises, read the literature, try the different ways of doing it, it will come back to you. Absolutely.
Okay. Caller, are you still there?
Yes.
Good. Okay. Well, try. So, can you try the wall again and let us know?
I will do that.
Walk, don't run. That would be the only advice I could give. Walk, don't run. It's going to hurt But on the other hand, maybe that would show your determination. You just go way back and take a big run at the wall.
Yeah, I've done it, and I bounced right off.
Oh.
I did. But, I didn't hurt myself, but I sure felt it.
God, if this was a travel agency, you'd be so broke.
And there was another time I was like out on my balcony, and I'm standing on the rail. I'm thinking, I wonder if I'm actually out of body. And I'm like, God, if I fall, this could be terrible. I'm like, no, I'm actually out of body. I know I must be, because I wouldn't be standing on the rail.
Let me guess, you jumped.
And so I jumped, and I fell all the way down 3 stories.
And lived to be on a radio program and tell about it, right? All right, Preston, hold tight. This is Midnight in the Desert. I'm Artel. I've had one that just was wonderful and scared me really seriously on the other side, and none since. And I think it's the fear. I do believe that it's the fear. And Preston may have helped you tonight, but on the other hand, he may not have. Some scary stuff, actually. Preston, you're back, and I think somebody's with you on the international line named Luke. Luke, are you there?
That's right. I am, actually, yeah.
Good. I'm glad you're there, Luke. Where are you, by the way?
I'm from Australia. I'm actually about 100 k's away from Melbourne in Geelong.
Down under.
Yeah, I've been listening to you for many years now, and this is actually the first time I've been able to listen to you live, and it's just incredible. I thought, what the heck, I'll try and see if I can call up and, you know.
Yeah, it's live. That's right. It's live worldwide, and it's just that Australia, Japan, you know, the Southeast Asian areas are all sort of at a good time for the show, and a lot of people, I think, don't realize it is live, but it is right now.
No, it's fantastic. Would I be able to shout out my father? He's turning 70 today, so I'm going to take him out a little bit later tonight. But
well, that's really a big birthday. I know. I just had one.
Yeah. I wanted to call up. I don't know that I have a similar sort of experience as the other listeners.
Maybe you've got but maybe you've got a question about it.
Oh, sort of. I had an experience that was more like going into myself. I was sort of lying down one night. I was quite relaxed. I had a hard day at work, and I just found myself sort of relaxing more so, and sort of found myself in this dark space. It was almost like I'd changed some sort of consciousness, and I actually saw myself sort of out of body as a young child. But I was working through a lot of things at the time. I had a lot of things that happened.
So wait a minute, let me get it straight. You exited your body, and you were your young self.
Yeah, it was just so bizarre. It was like I was young again. I was seeing myself as a 10-year-old. Wow. I mean, I'm 26 now. This probably happened maybe 8 or 9 months ago, but it was so bizarre, and I actually felt young again. I sort of felt my mind slow down to how it had when I was, you know, that age. I was thinking about things that I hadn't thought about for many, many years.
Wow.
It was just insane.
That's pretty wild. That's pretty wild. I mean, to actually feel young and to understand that feeling is pretty amazing. Preston?
Yeah, I know exactly what you're talking about, Luke. What's really interesting is when you go out of body, time collapses to a certain extent. In fact, the farther you go, you can effectively travel in time. And sometimes when you pop out of body, you go to the past. You can go to your childhood or connect with that, or even the future for that matter. I get what you're talking about.
I think it's so cool. I mean, just to feel that young again, to remember what it felt like. That'd be awesome.
Yeah, it was fantastic. I mean, I suppose that was something I've been sort of processing, I guess a little bit as well, and maybe subconsciously it came on. I'm not really sure. It was just really bizarre. I've had a few other times when I've sort of felt myself going back into that sort of place, but the age difference wasn't there. But it always seems like I'm going in on myself, not traveling out elsewhere. I unfortunately didn't catch the first half of the program, but it sort of sounded like you were talking a lot about almost like astral travel.
Yes.
Is that right?
Trust me on this. It's worth joining, becoming a time traveler, and downloading it. It's really a fascinating program all the way around. And what you just said is fascinating, too, and especially calling all the way from Australia. Thank you so much.
No worries. Thank you so much, Art.
All right. Take care. That's really neat. I mean, can you remember what you felt like at 10?
Well, not as well as I would like, but you can connect with it through the out-of-body thing for sure.
Yeah, to have that fresh again would be awesome.
Yeah, you know what's amazing? Because on the other side, you can travel in an instant. There's no such thing as rate or distance, really. So if you take that equation, that we have rate times time equals distance, it collapses time. So this is kind of why we have precognition when we come back from these experiences. Or you can travel to the past and, see this thinking of the Titanic or what have you.
Okay, Preston, I had one precognitive experience, but I don't think it had anything to do with astral travel or being out of my body. On the other hand, what do I know? Maybe it did. But I remember being awake moving from place to place when I had this experience. So no, I think I was awake. I don't think I was astrally traveling, but your point is good. Test it, is what you say, right?
Right. Well, what I'm saying is if you do this astral travel, be prepared to have a lot of psychic experiences, because it activates, I guess you would call them your chakras. Mm-hmm. And you'll feel it. I mean, you will physically feel this stuff when you have, premonition, for example. I mean, I had a really powerful one. I had this vision. I was going to the ATM to get some money, and I had this vision that there was this gangster-looking guy there, dressed in leather, whipping his hair around. I'm like, God, that's weird.
Yes, it is.
And drive up, it's still a mile away, got there, and there he was. Got chills down my spine, just like I saw. I'm like, I'm not going near that thing.
Okay, so in other words, it was a precognitive warning.
Exactly. I've had a number of those. And you start to learn stuff about people that, you can, to a certain extent, read people a lot better than you normally could.
Wow. All right. Wallaceburg, it's midnight. You're on the air. Hello. Wherever Wallaceburg is on the phone. Hello?
Oh, yes. Hello, Art. How you doing? It's an honor to be part of your show. I have a question for your guest there. I guess I've lucid dreamed lately, but this one time, I'm sorry, I'm a little nervous.
Relax. Just take a deep breath.
Yeah.
You're just talking.
Sure. This one time I awoke and I was laying in bed and I saw the back of my body leaving the bedroom or getting out of bed and walking towards the bedroom door.
Wow.
And I thought it was so odd, obviously, to see myself walking away. So it's like a reverse out of the body or something. So I was wondering if he has ever experienced anything like that or what it would mean. If it has any meaning.
That is so opposite. Preston, he sees himself walking away. How could that be?
Yeah, that has happened to me. Not quite in exactly that way, but that's called bilocation. And what's happening is you're conscious in either your body or your astral body. And if you're good at it, you can do both. There was one time where I was out there flying, I don't know where in God's name I was, but far away. And at the same time, I started to become aware of my bedroom. And mind you, I'm lying there with my eyes closed. But I'm like, I think I'm awake. So I opened one eye. And I'm like, yep, I'm awake. At the same time, I'm out there astral traveling. So to a certain extent, this is called bilocation. People are able to do it to the extent, that they can sit down and be physically in another place.
So this caller could probably switch positions. If he was really good at it, he could jump to the astral body that was leaving and be in that one.
Right. That's what I would recommend. Concentrate on that one and see if you can transfer your awareness to it. You should be able to.
What do you think? You want to give it a try?
Well, it just happened, I never meant for it to happen or anything. So, and this is probably a couple of years ago now. So, sure, if it ever happens again, I would perhaps try that. But yeah.
All right, well, good luck with it, and I hope it works. Whew. This is a lot to take in. It really is. Let's go to Nick on Skype. Hi, Nick.
Hello.
Hello.
Can you hear me?
Oh, sure. Just fine.
Hey, Art, long-time listener. I'm glad you're back. Real quick, I just had a question for Mr. Preston. Has he ever confused, or I don't know how to put it another way, out-of-body experiences with lucid dreaming? Because I know that as a kid, I used to practice lucid dreaming a lot. Went on message boards reading about lucid dreaming, and I feel like a lot of what he's saying reminds me
of lucid dreaming. That makes sense. Preston?
Right. Well, most people who look into this agree that they're connected. There's no doubt. I think personally that a lucid dream is when you're projecting the reality around you. But the problem is you can be out of body in one of the higher dimensions and be doing this. So the definitions blur. It's hard to say where the line is between the two, but you can project out of a lucid dream into the physical world.
Well, because
so
I have felt the whole out-of-body experience thing. One time I was asleep on a couch and I was in a strange place, and all of a sudden I was half awake, half asleep, and I felt like there was someone sitting on my chest. A scary voice kind of came into my head, and I sort of saw myself in the room. But that only happened one time. But I've had lucid dreamings happen. I've had lucid dreams a lot more than that. And I felt like there was a distinct difference between those two things. You don't think there's a distinct, difference between the two?
Well, there's sort of gradations, I would say. It's very hard to divide them apart because some people feel that the lucid dream is superior to the normal out-of-body experience. I think they're separate. There are certain levels to dreaming. In the very beginning, you have dreams, which are just the things you did throughout the day, the movies you saw. Then you move up to a psychological level of dreaming where you're dealing with your fears and desires. And then you bring in lucid dreaming, and you can deal with those in a conscious way. But at some point, you don't dream like a normal person. You're awake all night and never actually fall asleep. And you understand the difference between a mental projection in front of you, depending on where you are. I mean, if you're in the physical world, or if on the other side where you're manipulating things, or you're in a consensus reality, like, the heavenly realms, where everyone agrees this is, the way it is.
Okay.
So it's hard to describe.
Sure it is. All of this is hard for words. Caller, thank you.
Yeah, no problem. And I'd just like to give a quick shout-out to Richard Hoagland. Looking forward to his show after this. I'm really enjoying it. And just remember to think of the suicides.
Coming up at midnight. All right. Suicides. So sometimes I get into this state, Preston, where I think that I have not slept all night. And frankly, I haven't slept all night, but I have been in that little tiny gray area we were talking about, in and out of it, so much that I lose track of reality. That's the only way to put it. And I might have a dream that appears to be, or seems to be so real and so quick, and I'm just like in and out of this, if I can't sleep. Most of our dreams occur, I'm told, in that area between sleep and wakefulness. Is that true?
Right, the REM state.
Right.
Absolutely.
Right.
But like I said, we all go out of body every night, and the truth is we're not unconscious. We're conscious on the other side. We're talking to our relatives. We're having experiences. We're planning out our days.
Right.
And then we catch snippets of this as we go down in a gradation to the physical world. There's been times when I've been so far up there that I had to stop at each level and write this down in a dream diary, take that one down a level, and write that down, and so on until I'm finally like, am I really awake now?
So I guess it's pretty common stuff. Boy, we have got to take a break, so we're going to do that. With Preston Dennett as a guest, we indeed are raging through the night. From the high desert and the great American Southwest, it just keeps getting better and better.
But it is what's next. To cast your ray of light into the darkness, please call 1-952-CALL ART. That's 1-952-225-5278.
Oh, we definitely are what's next. Hi, everybody. I'm Mark Bell. This is Midnight in the Desert. My guest is Preston Dennett, and we're talking about OBEs. And I get messages on the computer, and so here is one for you, Preston. This comes from Joe, and he says, can OBEs allow you to travel to different points in time as well? Time.
Yes.
I mean, that's what the one caller said, right? He was 10.
Right. It's really startling when it first happens. You're like, what's going on? But, you can travel to the past or the future. I think the future is a little bit harder because you get, probable realities and you're not sure if these things are going to happen or not. But you can try to travel to the past. I tried to see the Titanic, but I was not successful.
Really?
Yeah, I figured.
So you can travel to important times in history.
People have been successful at doing this. It's sort of a psychic, investigations.
Sort of time travel, actually.
Right, absolutely. We have the ability to do this. Time is not what we think it is. It's on the physical plane, at least, it's a fault of perception. The truth is, time is simultaneous.
All right, all the way across the country. Florida, DeLand, Florida, I think. You're on the air.
Hey, Art.
Hey, caller.
Yeah. I have you to thank for all my out-of-body experiences I've had over the years.
Really? You heard some of my old shows on them?
Oh, your first show I listened to was the night Chuck Harder, you were talking about Chuck Harder was missing. I don't know if you remember that.
Oh, man, that was a long time ago. Sure, I remember.
It was a long time ago. But my father had passed away, and my mother was an invalid. And my sister lived with her, and she used to go to work really early in the morning, and I used to get up and drive over to my mother's, and what I found out was it was interrupted sleep was causing it, but you had Albert Taylor on one night.
That's right.
And he was describing it, and I had the vibration thing a couple of times, and you feel like you're going to die. I mean, it's a frightening thing.
I'm laughing, but it is frightening.
Yeah, but what I was wanting to say to you is, when you get to that point, that's as scary as it gets. Once you just are there, you just get out of bed real quick, roll out, and you'll be standing there, and it's really cool. But there's some things that I've noticed. I've had a lot of them, and there's certain things that I've read a lot of different books on it too because of it, and I've made some little bullet points. I've seen these guys. They look like monks with the hoods, like Grim Reapers without the sickle. I went to talk to one of them, and he just turned into like a stone pillar.
Really? See, that's not necessarily encouraging. That's not an ankle grab, but that's,
No, but I've had the grabbing and stuff. That's, yeah, I've had that laying in bed, and I've had a lot of these things, but there's certain things, like I've never seen the silver cord, really. One time I thought maybe, but for the most part, no.
Well, it's a good question, Preston. Do people see that cord? Do they actually see it?
I never did. I looked for and finally I'm like, you know what, I'm going to see it, and I finally did.
I was going to say, otherwise, how do you know it's there?
Well, it's there because enough people report it, and if you look hard enough, you can find it. For some people, it's a tiny little filament. For others, it's a big white hose.
Right.
Some people never see it at all. Some people see it symbolically.
I'd want to see it, and I'd actually want to test its tensile strength.
Exactly. Yeah, you can do that.
So you've never caller, you have finally seen it, or what?
Not really. I had an obstruction in my vision one time, but when they talk about like commanding stuff, I think it was William Buhlman had in his book about clarity now. Oh, it's unbelievable. That really, you can see good. The other thing is sometimes when you're laying there when you've got the vibration thing going on,
right?
That third eye bit, that's pretty neat because all of a sudden you can see, but your eyes are closed. But yeah, it's just quite an experience.
Well, right away, seeing with your eyes closed, that'd be a big tip-off right there.
Yeah, well, how I always have done it, I've laid in bed and just focused on my breathing.
Right.
And as you breathe in, I just make like it's coming up my feet, up my legs, and then out. And while I'm relaxing, and then when you think you're relaxed, you can kind of like relax one more time. You just get more limp. A lot of times I'll focus on a little shape, a triangle or a square or something.
Right.
But then the other thing that helps also for me is thinking about I think it was Albert Taylor might have said it, but thinking about where you are in your body, and it's like, 2 inches behind your eyes or whatever, And when you think about that, you get to where you don't feel your arms and legs anymore. You're just so relaxed. But that's usually when you hear the roaring sound or the people talking to you or what. I mean, it's very strange, but once anymore, I haven't had one in quite a while, but I noticed when I was doing it, I got to where I could have them pretty much every night if I wanted to, but it drains you something terrible. I mean, if you do it back to back, couple of nights, you feel like you've been hit by a truck. I mean, and then what happens is you get so tired, you just, when you go to sleep, you just won't have one. But what did it for me was the interrupted sleep, and I didn't know what it was. And like I say, going over to my mother's in the mornings there, and then laying back down to get another hour or two of sleep. And when I first had it, I didn't know whether to go to like the hospital or what, because that vibration feeling and you just feel like you're going to die, it's very unsettling. But like I say, I had that several times and I had no idea what it was. But then I heard Albert on your show talking about it, and he was saying about, you have to just go with it. And it's scary to do, but the first time I did it,
well, it's easy to say. It's easy to say, but it's not so easy to actually do if you're afraid.
Well, no, I was afraid, and that was the thing. But Albert, was saying, you just got to go with it. And I just got to the point where I wasn't enjoying having the vibration thing all the time.
Oh no! And
then, like I say, as soon as you roll out, that's gone. That's the scariest part. Once you get to that point, that's as bad as it. From there on, it's just really cool. Then you can. I've stood on the moon, Art, and looked at the Earth, and picked up a handful of. It was like beach sand.
I did the same thing. Did the same darn thing.
Really?
Yeah, couldn't believe it. To hear you say that, it's so cool because that's exactly what I did.
The first night that the first time I fell out of my body, and I was laying on the floor looking up at my legs on the bed, and it was like, and then boom, I was back. But then the next night, I was able to completely just roll out, and I got to the foot of the bed, and I was standing there. I could see my wife and myself sleeping, and I was a little hesitant to leave the room, and I did, like triple somersaults and stuff right there. It was just amazing. And then I was back, and after that I got brave, and I thought, okay, I'm going to go somewhere, and I dove through the front windows in the bedroom, which I thought was going to take me out into like my front yard, I ended up in the tunnel with the light at the end.
Wow!
And that was quite a ride. And I got to the end of where the light was, and I stopped, and I thought, this isn't where I want to go right now. And I was right back up the tunnel and back in my body.
I was about to ask you if you considered the John Lear thing at that point, but apparently not.
Yeah, no, like I say, it's a lot. When you have it happen to you, there's just a lot of information all at one time because and the other thing, and I forgot who it was that mentioned it.
Got to be really quick. We're coming up on break here.
I think it was Albert Taylor had mentioned about your higher self.
Right.
And I've requested that one time, actually more than once, but it's like an inverted tornado over your top of you with just swirling, and it's the most intense euphoria you've ever could imagine, and it gets so intense it just bangs you right back in your body. That I've never gone beyond that.
All right, well that is the safety return, and this is where we have to safely depart. I'm Art Bell. This is Midnight.
When I think back on all the crap I learned in high school, it's a wonder I can think at all. And my lack of education hasn't hurt me none. I can read the writing on the wall. For the throne that giveth.
For Dark Matter News, I'm Leo Ashcraft. Vitamin B3, an essential part of our diet. Its deficiency in humans can lead to nausea, anemia, and tiredness. Fortunately, it can be gobbled up from sources such as salmon, avocados, and nuts. But now scientists are eager to find out if there's another unexpected source, space. A team of researchers thinks that vitamin B3 could have been made on icy dust grains in the depths of space. It would, in this scenario, have been delivered to Earth on structures of comets and asteroids. Past research has shown that vitamin B3 is present on carbon-rich meteorites in ratios between 30 and 60 parts per billion. The team decided to recreate the formation of vitamin B3 in space-like conditions. They used a mixture of gases, including pyridine, which can be found in space in carbon dioxide ice. Pyridine is one of the building blocks of vitamin B3. So the team was interested to see if it could manifest itself as vitamin B3 in these space-like conditions. The results from the experiments were promising. The researchers tested their theory by cooling an aluminum plate to negative 423 degrees Fahrenheit in a vacuum to replicate the freezing temperatures of space. The plate was then bombarded with protons to mimic space radiation that would give the gas mixture the energy to create reactions. When the sediment formed on the plate, they found a wide range of complex molecules, including B3. This is an exciting result, although it's far from proving that vitamin B3 on Earth originated from space. The next stage for these researchers will be to wait for someone to find some B3 out in space. A landmark discovery was announced by NASA this month. The possibility of a second Earth in Kepler 452b. Found by NASA's Kepler Space Telescope, this planet orbits a star much like our Sun at a distance roughly similar to the Earth. Could there be life on Earth 2.0 or even beyond? The director for SETI, the Search for Extraterrestrial Intelligence, Seth Shostak, believes there could be. Shostak says in his video further, we might be able to learn more. We might even get a message. If we get a message, who knows what it might be? He continues by saying, on the other hand, let's assume that in the conservative case, if you will, that you don't get a message, you can't pick it up or you can't decode it. You'll never know what it means. This is Dark Matter News. The city of Berkeley, California passed a law that goes into effect next month requiring cell phone stores to inform customers about safety recommendations. The move reopened a decades-old debate about whether mobile phones cause brain tumors. The ordinance called the Right to Know Law will start to require retailers to give customers a handout or display a sign in stores telling them about federal regulations on the amount of radiation that cell phones can emit and the instructions on safe phone use. The information will also go beyond the current regulations by stating that children and anyone carrying their phone in a pocket or bra could be at increased risk of radiation exposure. What the law does not require is that consumers be provided information about the specific health risks of being exposed to radiation. Researchers say that it is highly probable that long-term cell phone use can cause brain tumors. In 2011, the World Health Organization classified the kind of low-energy radiation that cell phones emit as possibly carcinogenic because of a link between cell phone use and a type of malignant brain tumor called glioma and a benign brain tumor called acoustic neuroma. Both types of brain tumors are rare. About 5 in 10,000 adults are diagnosed with glioma in the United States every year, whereas about 10 in a million people develop acoustic neuromas every year. And you know Art Bell, he's been saying don't call the show on your cell phone for years, so maybe he's some kind of prophet. I'm Leo Ashcraft for Dark Matter News.
Take a ride. Your conductor, Art Bell, will punch your ticket when you call 1-952-CALL-ART. That's 1-952-225-5278.
And my own news guy took a shot at me. Not really. Something about cell phones. Anyway, Preston Dennett is my guest. We're discussing OBEs, and oh boy, are we ever. And he's done such a fabulous job that I really wanted to say, hey, Preston, what would you like to promote? Your website? Do you have books? Is a good opportunity to tell people how to get, I don't know, hints on how to do OBEs. I'm sure you have lots of written stuff. You must. You know so much about it.
Yeah, I do actually have a book out. It's called Out of Body Exploring, A Beginner's Approach, and you can learn more about it on my website. If you just Google my name, Preston Dennett, it'll take you right to my website, the actual website address.
Okay, it sounds like Bennett, but it's not. It's Dennett. D-E-N-N-I-T-T. Is that right?
E-T-T. It's
E-T-T. See, I didn't have it right. E-T-T. Got it. D-E-N-N-E-T-T.
Right, I got all my books there, excerpts, and you can contact me through my website if you have any questions or stories you'd like to share. I'm always interested in, hearing from people about this subject and UFOs as well.
Do you ever give people personal help?
Excuse me?
Do you ever give people personal help?
Oh yeah. I counsel people through doing this. I think this is such a transformational experience, Art, that I think it's really important that people know about it.
I do too.
And oh my God, I mean, it just completely will transform your life. I really urge people to at least give it a try.
All right, good enough. Donald, your turn.
Hi, Art. Roswell's.
Thank you.
To both of you, actually. I was going to ask your guest how he feels about deja vu in relation to OBs.
Yeah, well, deja vu is a very interesting thing because I used to get it a lot, and it started to increase really profoundly when I was doing out-of-body travels. And what I found was I would have deja vu, and suddenly I would remember having this experience before to the point where I could actually predict it. I could predict the person's conversation, what was going to be on the radio, who was coming in at work, and things like this. And I realized that these were memories of, the travels I had done the previous day. So scarcely a day went by where I wasn't having, some sort of deja vu.
Oh, wow. Do you think it's possible to transfer your soul, possibly, using OBs?
Wow.
To transfer your soul?
Into another vessel.
Yeah. This is talked about all the time. And it's also one of the concerns, by the way, Preston, what this caller brought up, and that is, let me take it from here, Donald, that while you're out of your body becomes occupied by some sort of entity that may or may not be friendly. Let's just leave it there.
Right. Well, it hasn't been my experiences that's true. What's the real case is when you're doing this work, you almost always have a guide with you, even if you don't perceive them. I felt like I was on my own, and I really still feel like that most of the time, because if I have a guide, they rarely show themselves. They have, but it's my understanding they are there. And I have not found that to be a problem, even though I've done this many, many times, and I can't find any good evidence that this has ever really occurred. And as far as inhabiting someone else, well, to a certain extent, you can perceive other people's thoughts.
Well, that's not the same as inhabiting another person.
No, you can't. I mean, to kick them out of their own body or another person's body.
Well, you mentioned you can't move things, that your hand just goes right through it, or that you can walk through walls. So presumably you could walk into a person.
Right. Well, you can walk. Yeah, I've had people walk through me standing in front of them, and it's very disconcerting. You're like, oh.
Right. Disconcerting puts it mildly.
You can't stick inside them. You can't.
Okay.
I haven't tried it. But it's not something I would
give it a shot. Let us know how it comes out for you.
Well, I'm willing to give it a try, but it's not something I don't want to take someone over.
I'm sort of messing with you here. Yeah, that was the obvious question. Is it possible to essentially take someone over? And you think
can influence people.
Oh?
You can, because all our thoughts are not necessarily our own. We're picking up on, this sort of telepathy, even if we don't know it. To a certain extent, some of our thoughts are influences from our spirit guides.
Have you ever influenced somebody? And in what way?
No. I have tried, and I'm like, I'm here. I've talked to people on the other side, my brothers and sisters who are alive, and tried to get them to remember what they were doing, and they could not. It's very much about memory, this whole astral travel thing. It's about awareness. It's about intent.
Right.
And, focus, these sorts of things.
Okay, let's go to Edmonton, Alberta. You're on the air.
Hello, sir. Art Bell.
Hi.
Hello. It's wonderful to hear you.
Thank you.
And welcome back from everybody. I'm sure you're sorely missed. And I'm actually shocked to be on the air right now, but I got to talk about this. Now, it was years ago when I was listening to your show, and that's the reason I have a name for what happened to me.
Okay.
I had an OB, I guess what you're talking about. I was in college, and I was going through a pretty tough time. I really wasn't ready for the experience, and I had I guess what you'd say is a peak experience where I was doing a drawing, and it was art school, and I was doing a drawing, in the studio. It was late at night, and I guess I kind of felt like I had a pillar of light coming from the heaven. Felt like I was really connected to everything. But then I had an anxiety attack, I guess. So went home that night, and my dad picked me up from the hospital. And mind you, no drugs here. I'm not a drug user.
No, but drugs is a very good question. We'll ask that.
Yeah, nothing like that, Art. Even back in my college days, I was a pretty straight guy. Now, what happened is I went to sleep and had the sleep paralysis. And shortly thereafter, I saw the roof of my bedroom, the stucco on the roof, and it looked like the room was bathed in a kind of like a street lamp light. Now, I missed the earlier part of the conversation, but I don't know if that's common. Now,
Preston, is there anything common about that?
Oh yeah. When you go out of body, everything glows around you. It's the whole world kind of glows, and the higher you go, the brighter it glows.
Okay.
Wow. Yeah, and I had like the buzzing and all that, and there was anyway. My question is kind of, does that sort of physical and mental anxiety tend to cause those experiences? Because I haven't had a full OBE since then, though I have had sleep paralysis quite frequently, and I still have it, but it doesn't frighten me as much anymore because I kind of learned to live with it, right? It used to terrify me. Now it doesn't so much, but I wonder if you could tell me about that.
Right. Well, absolutely. Yeah. Fear of death is where this sort of thing is, I think, coming from. It's the most pervasive fear that we have. And this is something that confronts it head on. And it can cause extreme fear and anxiety and terror. And it's something that we all have to work through. And this is why it's such a great thing for, elevating you spiritually and working along the spiritual path. This is a great way to face your fears, I guess, is what I'm saying.
All right, let me ask you about drugs. There are those who say they have experiences very much as you have described, or part of what you have described, with certain mind-altering drugs. Is this an avenue you have experimented with or know about?
I have not experimented with it. I haven't taken hallucinogens or any of these so-called, drugs which do apparently have an effect like this. And I do know of a couple of cases at least where people have had drug overdoses. And
some of those people definitely go all the way to the light.
They do, and they don't always come back, but some do come back with these profound out-of-body experiences that they've had. So it's possible to do it through the influence of drugs or as a result of drugs. It's not something I would recommend.
Okay.
There are various ways of doing this. People, do what you call diet purification things. You don't have to stop eating meat. I've done this under the influence of alcohol, which is, I guess, an interesting
That is interesting. You would think alcohol, which initially and for a very short time is a stimulant, but then becomes a depressant, I believe.
It's much harder to do. I've noticed that. It's easier to do all this stuff if you're clear-headed, if you're not an angry person, if you don't have things you've procrastinated.
Right.
All these problems. But if you can work through all this sort of baggage within your personality.
Got it. All right.
It makes it a lot easier.
All right. Let's go to Andy and whoever's with Andy in the background. Hi, Andy.
Hello, Art. Yes, it's my baby's awake and my wife. That's who you've been hearing in the background.
That's all right. Where are you?
I'm actually in San Diego County, California.
Okay. Well, on the air you are.
Yes, actually, I don't know how much time you allow per caller, but this subject really speaks to me. It's something that I've experienced my whole life, really. Just to give you a little bit of background on me, I was born and raised in Haiti, so English is really my third language, I would say.
Okay.
And growing up, I've always had this experience of being outside of my body to the point where, as a child, I thought that was normal to leave your body and have different experiences at night.
My goodness. And so it was so common that to you it was normal.
Yes, to me, I thought it was something that everybody had experienced to the point where I tried it in real life, per se, and during my dreams, I would fly all the time, and I tried that while I was awake, and I hurt my knees as a child.
Really?
Yes, I tried to fly in the hallway in my house, and I landed on my knees, and I hurt myself pretty badly. To me, that's how real it felt, to the point where I tried to replicate it when I was awake.
So you were fully awake when you did the bad deed to your knees?
Yes, I was about maybe 10 or 11 years old, and I tried
pretty good
to
question.
do it.
Let me ask Preston about that. Preston, if you can't distinguish between when you're out and when you're in, then you could do something really awful like that, right?
Well, it's interesting you bring this up because there's a number of cases where people have tried to fly as kids and they were successful. I wrote a book called Human Levitation, and it recounts, a dozen cases like that, and 300 plus cases across the world.
We could do a whole show on that. I've been wanting to fly all my life.
We can physically do that. This is something we can do on the other side, and sometimes the abilities from the other side translate here.
Yeah. But if you get it wrong, the knees hurt. If you get it wrong, you hurt your knees. Right, caller?
Right.
Yes, honestly, it felt real to me. It felt like I could do it at the moment. And when I did try it, it didn't end up really well for me.
Well,
but
okay, so there you go.
The guest.
I'm sorry, I messed you up there. Repeat what you just said.
Yes, one thing I wanted to ask your guest, Mr. Art Bell, is that sleep paralysis is something that I've experienced all my life, along with all these wonderful experiences.
Right.
And just to give you a little bit more about myself, I am currently an active duty member of the United States Marine Corps.
Okay.
And one time I was on the range in one Marine Corps base. I won't say which one, not to give myself away. But I was sleeping there at night, and I had the sleep paralysis experience. And again, I felt the dark presence that most people feel when they are in sleep paralysis. But this time it didn't really go away after a while like it usually does. It persisted over the night, and I felt that presence over and over again, and I was very distressed. Every time I woke up, I was paralyzed, and I felt that dark presence around me. And I felt like at one point there was a very good presence around me that came in order to help me get through that. And it showed itself to me in the form of a man.
Would this be the guide, Preston?
That's what I wanted to know. Would that be the spirit guide or the guardian angel or the higher self or whatever anybody would call it that came to me to help me through that tough time?
Yeah, that very may well be. It sounds like it. The thing is, when you do these experiences, you start to increase your perception. You start to be able to see ghosts. And
yes, I have been able to see ghosts or spirits my whole life, and it became common to me after a while.
So yeah, you have to deal with that. You can sense bad energies, you can sense good energies, and it's a completely different world that we're dealing with here.
But my question was that it gave me a name. This is the first time that it's that anything I've seen in that weird state that I was in.
Caller, I'm going to have to go. We're so short on time. I want to say hello to Brenda very quickly. Hi, Brenda. Hello, Brenda. Going once.
Hello.
Hello. It says Brenda. Is that you?
Hello.
I repeat, hello.
Hello. Hello.
Yes, hello. I hear an Australian accent. Speak.
Not Australian.
Oh, where are you?
New Zealand?
New Zealand, I shouldn't say close enough. It's a different country. Okay, we have only got a moment, so if you have a question, lay it on us.
Just a wonderful program tonight.
Well, that is so very kind of you to say. Thank you, and I will end it there. And once again, since we're about at the end of the show, give us your website, ways to learn more, because that's what people want.
Right. If you want to go to my website, just Google my name, Preston Dennett. The actual website is prestondennett.weebly.com. But yeah, if you just Google my name, I've got all my books up on my website.
Right.
16 or 17 of them, and a bunch of other stuff, excerpts, and I'd love to hear from people who've had this experience or have, want to learn how to do it, because definitely it's easy to do. You just have to take the effort and do it, knuckle down.
Well, you obviously know a very great deal about it and have done a lot of it, which makes you such a joy to interview because, I don't know, you've been down in the good part, the bad part, you've been through it all. Preston, thank you for being on the program.
Oh, it's been an honor.
And Thanks. You can be sure, I'm sure we'll do it again, buddy.
Awesome.
Midnight in the desert, shooting stars across the sky.
Welcome to Art Bell, Somewhere in Time. Tonight featuring Coast to Coast AM from May 22nd, 1996.
From the high desert and the great American Southwest, I bid you all good evening, good morning. Across all these many time zones, stretching from the Hawaiian and Tahitian islands, straight over flyover country to the Caribbean, the U.S. Virgin Islands, south into South America, and north to the pole. This is Coast to Coast AM. By the way, live worldwide on the internet. I'm Art Bell. Top of the morning, everybody. Good to be here. Well, I've got a very pleasing announcement that I can make here at the beginning of the show. Beginning on the 28th, or in about 5 days or so, we're to be joined by one of the nation's great radio stations, signing on as affiliate of what's called 3EEE, affectionately, WWWE AM in Cleveland, Ohio. 50,000 non-directional watts covering 38 states. I told you there was one coming, and that's the one. So it's going to fill in a lot of gaps for us, and I think you're going to enjoy its coverage. You'll be able to hear them in about 5 days, and they're 1,100 on the dial. And I rather imagine they just sort of carve out a whole bunch of the country, 38 states. That's a bunch. All right, the Freeman standoff near Jordan, Montana. Now 59 days old, and if I had to guess, about to probably come to a head. And 9 of the people inside the farmhouses are under federal indictment. They seem more than ready, more now than ever, to provoke some sort of confrontation. They have broken off talks with the FBI, breaking good faith negotiated solutions with Colorado Senator Charles Duke acting as middleman. They're not talking any longer with the FBI. Duke and others say that the FBI has gone the extra mile with them. And frankly, these are just, in my opinion, dishonorable men. That's what I've been telling you right along. In the beginning of this whole thing, we talked about the Freeman. There was at that time a very great deal of support for them. That has slipped significantly. I took a lot of heat for that, a lot of letters, a lot of email, calling me a traitor, calling me not a patriot at best, and a traitor at worse. Worse because I was coming to the conclusion that these were not honorable people. These were not honorable people. These were people hiding behind all sorts of veneers. The veneer of the Constitution, as they were using it. The veneer of federal courts that they wanted convened in their own behalf. Demands they continually made, and then were, in many cases, met And these so-called honorable men turned right around and broke their agreement. To me, since the beginning, I'm looking at criminals who are trying to hold themselves up as some sort of David Koresh, some sort of martyrs. These are people that Bogreitz and others believe are holding, among others, women and children as virtual hostages. Even Senator Duke says he was unable to talk to about 10 members inside. Bogreitz said he thought it was indeed possible some were being held against their will. This is no Waco. These people are hiding behind the word patriot, misusing the term militia. These are criminals, as far as I'm concerned, now hiding behind skirts and the bodies of children. So I've about had it, and my guess would be the FBI has about had it too. The Freeman, so-called, earlier today flew the flag, American flag, upside down, an indication of distress, as you well know, and probably a sign that they figure the FBI's just about had it with them. So when talks broke off earlier today, they dispatched heavily armed patrols around the perimeter of the property. They've got 50 caliber ammunition inside. It's armor piercing, so any FBI agent that would approach on foot is in peril of his life. It would go right through the armor they might wear. There is, as I said, a convoy moving toward the ranches. Actually, late news is that convoy, whatever it contains, has now arrived in the area. And I'm betting in the next 24 to 48 hours, I'm betting that this thing is going to come to a head, one way or the other. Earlier in the day, one Freeman, an ex-Marine, raised his rifle, aiming it toward the FBI at the perimeter of the property. Didn't fire, but pointed. Leroy Schweitzer and others from jail urged those remaining to hold on in there, said, quote, "The federal government has no jurisdiction. Hang in there. Don't give up. Don't change the plan, whatever the plan is." Well, the FBI is still allowing running water, and the electricity is on, and according to Senator Duke, they've got it too soft in there, and I quite agree. It's now past time, in my opinion, that the electricity was terminated, that the running water was stopped. There's an 8 and a 10-year-old, pair, 8 and 10-year-old children inside. Virtual hostages, as nearly as I can see. In the last 2 hours of the program yesterday, we did a number of debates on the Freeman. I'm sure we'll do some more of that tonight as we get into it. There may be breaking news during the night tonight, in the morning, or perhaps tomorrow, but I don't think it's going to go on very much longer. If there's anything that really gets to me, really gets me angry, it's people who preach ethics and honor and constitutionality and use the whole thing as a veneer and are themselves dishonest and not honorable at all. God, that gets me going. It really, really gets me going. We'll be right back. A North Korean pilot has defected to South Korea. Reports from Seoul say a North Korean MiG-19 with a single pilot at the controls flew to South Korea on Thursday. And I'm sure they're glad to see him. President Clinton is trying to shoot down a Republican plan for a costly anti-missile defense system to protect U.S. cities from foreign attack by 2003. Here, the president is totally out to lunch. That our nation has no defense against a ballistic missile, smart or dumb, and you can fire a ballistic missile just means a ballistic trajectory. You fire an arrow into the air, and it has a trajectory, ballistic trajectory, and we have no protection, you know. And if you're talking about nuclear devices, why, you only have to get close. So whether a ballistic missile tipped with a nuclear device would hit one of our cities, in the case of the more refined weapons, they would come down pretty much on target, Russian weapons, or lesser countries who are developing or buying from China systems capable of delivery of this kind of thing, that we would have no plan to stop something headed our way is absolutely insane, and I would urge the president to carefully reconsider. I can almost see the Senate hearing room, can't you? After one of our cities has gone up in nuclear smoke, the chain of witnesses who would try to explain why we had no ballistic defense whatsoever for America. I can almost see the senator questioning somebody from the administration about why this national security difficulty was allowed to arise, and why the administration did nothing, as a matter of fact, fought it the whole way. That is, for those ears left alive to hear the explanation. So I have no idea why we're not doing that. Do you? All right, some updated information. Boris Yeltsin is, in fact, doing better now and has begun to increase his lead over the communist in the race. And that's great news. That is great news, and I wanted you to know it, because the likelihood, of course, was that Russians, who are depressed by a country that is literally disintegrating around them, still may vote for a man who will ostensibly bring some continuing reforms, and that's the only way. It's going to take time. You can't take a country in which the slogan was, we pretend to work, they pretend to pay us, communism. You can't take that and convert it immediately. They have so many problems. Industrial pollution at a rate we cannot understand. 1 out of every 3 children with something wrong with it, born with something wrong, from pollution, from poverty, from horrible conditions that would have long ago caused a revolution in this country. The American people certainly would not put up with the kind of conditions the Russians have. They are, in fact, a very patient people, and hopefully prepared to go on toward the path of reform and capitalism, painful as it may be. I am indeed looking forward to seeing a Moscow. For those of you that don't know it, we obtained yesterday what is purported to be a picture of Chupacabra, and it is horrible. And I'll bet I've taken now 200 faxes like this. Art just took a look at the picture of the Chupacabra. All I can say is that if all the women in Texas were as ugly as Chupacabra, the Lone Ranger is going to be lonely for a long time. Yes, this thing is ugly. No reflection on any Texas rose. Those are nice women down there. And it goes on and on and on. This horrible creature, whatever it is, I can certainly not tell you it is a chupacabra. I sent a copy of the photograph to Linda Howe earlier in the day, and she called me back very excited, saying, would I ship a copy to her right away, which, you know, a printer copy. She doesn't have a printer that'll do a good color copy. So I knocked one out and sent it to Linda Howe. She will speak with a veterinarian, and we will try and get a report for you Sunday on Dreamland. In the meantime, it's the damnedest thing you ever saw. So if you can get up to the internet and download a photograph, the photograph we've got there, take a look. It is awesome. Whatever it is, it's awful. I don't know whether it's the, quote, goat sucker, end quote, or not, but it's awful, and it's nothing I recognize. So I think you will, the wrong word might be enjoy. I think you'll be amazed at that photograph. I've got a copy here, and my wife won't look at it. I showed it to her once. She says, get that thing away from me. And a lot of people are reacting the same way when they see it. It's absolutely shocking. So tell you what, here in a moment we'll go and we'll do open line talk radio. Oh, I do have one other little item. Remember I told you, well, you may have seen the 60 Minutes program this last week. An incredible piece that we talked about regarding the Turner Diaries, authored by Dr. Pierce. Well, guess what, folks? I have booked Dr. Pierce on the show. He'll be here Friday night in the first hour of the show, or Saturday morning, I guess, depending on when and where you get it. And they had sent me a fax back saying the doctor would like to know what you feel about his book, and I told him what I felt about his book. But I said, Doctor, what I will do for you is I will give you a fair interview. I will not come after you. I will allow you to say what you want to say, which is, I presume, what you believe, without climbing all over you, because I frankly want to get to hear what you have to say. And so that's exactly what I'm going to do. And under those conditions, which is no special condition for the doctor, it is exactly the way I treat my guests, we'll get an opportunity to hear what this man has to say, why he feels the way he does about the government, about why he wrote the diaries. I really want to know. And I suspect you do too. So we will have him on Friday night or Saturday morning, as you will, and we will probe. I have, to recap, you know, the Freeman thing is looking now like it's going to come to a conclusion, violent or otherwise. Maybe they'll give up, throw up their hands, lower the American flag upside down, put up a white flag, and give up. Or maybe there's going to be a confrontation. Pray for the children. I believe at this point that these so-called honorable, constitutional, paralegal blowhards are using them as shields and using the word patriot as a shield and trying to engender the sympathies of the patriot community. Well, I've said it day after day after day, and I'm going to say it again. You better be careful how you pick your fights and who you pick them with and what kind of cause you decide you're going to lay down your life for. And you better look damn carefully at the so-called free men before you pick up arms in their defense. Because what they are people hiding behind the word patriot. Dishonorable people who claim honor. Dishonorable men who hide behind women and children. Real men, if they were going to have a fight, would send those women and children out first. That's what real men would do.
This is Premier Networks. That was Art Bell hosting Coast to Coast AM on this Somewhere in Time. Listening to Art Bell, Somewhere in Time. Tonight featuring Coast to Coast AM from May 22nd, 1996.
There are several things we're going to be doing through the night. This is kind of a right on the money facts, I thought. It's from somebody with the initials EF. Art, I guess by now you've learned of the latest insult by our president of the armed forces. President's legal people, and this is true, have filed a brief with the U.S. Supreme Court advising that he, the president, is claiming immunity from civil suit as provided in the UCMJ for persons in the armed services. Do you understand what this man is doing? Paula Jones is suing him, and they are going to claim the president, being commander-in-chief, is in the armed services and deserves immunity under the UCMJ. That's very interesting. I wonder if even the U.S. Supreme Court can swallow that one. Gee. The faxes continue to roll in on the Chupacabra picture. People think it's absolutely terrifying. It is. It's a terrifying picture. If you want to get a copy of it, you go up to my website at www.artbell.com. That's www.artbell.com. And then there's one last little item here, which I may decide to do. Hey, comrade, Art Bell, you blankety, 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 typical of what I get here on the Freeman. You could at least have a real debate on the Freeman issue, not a one side against two non-debate. He's referring yesterday, I guess, to the debates I had, and frankly, I thought, and you listeners can be the ones to decide, but I thought I stayed out of the debates and rather let the people go at it. That was late in the show. Not everybody heard it. So I might do one here shortly. He goes on, why don't you find your most talented government agent, anybody who would argue that the Freemen are a bunch of no honor thugs, would, according to this man, no doubt be, would be a government agent. So I don't need a government agent to argue against the Freeman's cause, which you apparently want to argue for, and you provide a telephone number for that purpose, and I may just well take you up on it. So, Bob, wherever you are down there in Southern California, stand by. I may take you up on your offer and call you, and we'll have a debate on the subject, because it seems as though it's going to come to a head very shortly. So there you've got it. Let us begin. We do not screen calls. We don't ask you what you want to talk about before we put you on the air. We just put you on, as we now do. First time caller line, you're on the air. Hello.
Yeah, this is Rob from Murfreesboro, Tennessee.
Hi there.
Yeah, I was on that Chupa Hoopa picture thing.
Chupacabra.
Yeah, it doesn't seem to have any wings.
Well, no, it doesn't show wings. It doesn't mean it doesn't have them, but it doesn't show them. Do you have the photograph?
Oh, yeah.
Is that ugly or what?
Oh, it is pretty funky.
Oh, man. It's almost like I've got it here now with me. I printed out a copy, and I wouldn't want to meet that thing under any circumstances at all.
Oh, no, I got two dogs, and I put them out at night, but I don't know, I think they'd get him.
Try showing your dogs the photograph. See that? Oh, God, this thing is awful. You know, whether or not it is the chupacabra, it is the worst, ugliest, most evil-looking creature. I don't think I would look at that thing and say, oh, gee, one of God's creatures, you know.
No, I wonder why that they cut those two sections out.
Well, they explained that. They explained it in the... Did you read what came with it?
Yeah, well, I read bits and pieces of it.
Yeah, well, it said at the bottom that they cut that out because it would identify somehow the photographer, and he didn't want to be identified.
Huh.
And I don't blame him.
Yeah, well, I might have came hunting.
All right, my friend, thank you.
All right, I appreciate it.
Yep, take care. Oh, man, that thing is ugly. So that is still up on the webpage. East of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hi.
Yeah, good morning, Art. This is Glenn calling from Jamestown, New York.
Yes, sir.
I just wanted you to know that I have listened to many of talk shows, and I do believe beyond a reasonable doubt that you are number one. Outside of Bruce Williams, who does his financial thing.
Well, that makes me number 2.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Well, that's okay.
But as far as we get you from 2 a.m. to 5 a.m. here in Jamestown.
Well, I'm just glad you enjoy the show.
I really do, and you have
what I try to do, sir, is make it diverse.
Oh, you certainly do that, and I love that Sunday night show there. What is Dreamland?
Dreamland. Yes.
Yes. We get that from, I think, between 11 and 12 in the evening. Then, of course, we pick you up between 2 and 5 every morning. We get a rebroadcast of some show on Saturdays. But, you're number 1 as far as I'm concerned. And, how's your cat, by the way?
Comet?
Yeah.
All right. Listen on the air. I'm making great progress. Hello there. Progress with Comet. I am now able to pet him without being bitten. I consider that great progress. And I do that very cautiously. You know, I approach him and I talk to him for a long, long time softly, and I look in his little terror-filled eyes, and I show him my hand, the front of my hand and the back of my hand, and I slowly approach his flank, and I softly pet him. Well, the first 2 or 3 days that I did that, he would sit there and shake like a leaf and hiss at me occasionally. Yesterday, for the first time, I was able to reach out and pet him on his flank, and he put his little paws down, you know the way a cat will, curled them under him, and relaxed, and said, this petting does not appear to be killing me. It even possibly arouses me a little. You know, it's a beginning anyway, and it's day by day by day, for those of you who don't know. Comet is a feral cat, a totally wild cat who never even saw a human being before, who, when I say this animal is wild, that is a gross understatement. Gross understatement. This thing is as wild as they come. But there's a day-by-day change, and that I can pet him without having my flesh ripped from my body is a distinct move forward. So there's a Comet report. West of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hi.
Oh, good evening, Art. Wonderful program, and my cat sends his kind regards to your cat from Canada. I'm phoning from Vancouver, BC.
Oh, Vancouver.
Yes, and I listen to you on Como in Seattle.
Yes, and then do you know that on Sunday, we're on CFUN in Vancouver?
On night, Dreamland.
CFUN, yes. They run Dreamland in its entirety on Sunday now in Vancouver.
Wonderful. And do you know if they'll be running you at night time like you are now?
We are talking.
Oh, good. I'll keep my fingers crossed. Earlier, you had mentioned on another program that your favorite vegetable were artichokes.
As a matter of fact, I had another homegrown artichoke grown right here in the desert by my wife. It was a prize winner, gigantic. I love artichokes.
Oh, and those are the big globe ones, aren't they?
Oh, yes. Mm-hmm.
Wonderful. I envy you because we don't get them here this time of year. But another artichoke family is the Jerusalem artichoke. Very delicious.
I shall consider it.
And I'll tell you one of those when you're in business because they're related to the sunflower family, and they apparently grow like a weed. And they're wonderful. They can be stored in the winter and just dig them up in the winter as you need them. That's what I was told. And there's another thing. I was watching some TV recently about Nevada. That Area 51 is known as Dreamland.
Yes.
And they've named a highway. I've forgotten the number.
The Extraterrestrial Highway.
Yes, isn't that interesting?
Oh, yes, that's right up past me. Thank you, dear. The test site is just across from me and Area 51. Oh, yes. All of that's true. Yes, I love artichokes. A lot of people think you can't grow things in the desert. Wrong. We have wonderful water, groundwater for growing. We have wonderful temperatures and a great deal of sun so that during a large portion of the year you can grow things, and believe me, we are doing that. Oh, well, I should say my wife is. West of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hi.
Hi, this is Dan from Moses Lake.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I just lost your show about 25 minutes ago here. I guess the radio station went out.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that.
But I had some comments I wanted to make about the chupacabra.
Yes, sir.
Last week you had a caller that he was mentioning about how like they had a long gestation period and stuff like that. It reminded me of an old movie I saw called Gargoyles.
Oh, I saw Gargoyles.
Yeah.
I remember that. In fact, this has a relationship to a gargoyle. No question about it.
Another question I wanted to ask is there any kind of way that somebody that, does not have access to the internet could get that picture?
Well, we will publish it in our newsletter. I don't know what else to do, to reach massive numbers of people. I don't know how else to do it. We'll put it in the newsletter.
Okay, how would somebody get that?
All right, you've got a pencil?
Mm-hmm.
I presume. You call 1-800-917-4278.
Okay.
All right?
I had another thing. Well, actually, it was a question for the racists that you had a couple nights back.
Yes.
How do they react when they see a beautiful black woman or a beautiful Latino woman? I know that when I see them, my blood starts to flow, but...
A woman is a woman is a woman. And there are beautiful women of every color and cut. I thank you for the call. There are beautiful women all over the world. And if you doubt that, try watching the Miss Universe contest. The Rockies, you're on the air.
Hello, this is Harold from Tennessee.
Hello, Harold.
Get you on WTN out of Nashville.
Yes, sir. The big one.
Yeah, I just wanted to talk about the Freeman deal and,
okay.
Not necessarily that anybody's agreeing with them. We don't necessarily know even what all they believe in or don't believe in, but you were talking about the Civil War. It could come, if, where the FBI
Well, what I said, sir, was that if the militias, the regular militias in the country, or even the fringe guys, who aren't really in militias but are kind of in sympathy with them, or the patriot so-called community, decides this is a cause to stand and fight for, then you're damn right. We could end up with a revolution. And my advice to them is to study what it is they're fighting for before they pick up arms. Study whether these so-called freemen are really patriots or whether they're simply dishonorable people.
But where the real problem comes is when ordinary people that are so fed up with the way all governments are doing.
That's right.
Get to taking sides.
That's right.
With people like that.
That's right. I say you got to pick your fights.
And most people are so busy making a living that they haven't got time to get into anything. But there's an underlying resentment to all government.
Of course.
In this country right now. You take right here where we live, you can't do nothing without some government regulating it, telling you what you can do and what you can't do.
No, you're right. There's a great
It
deal.
starts with at the local level.
Right.
We've got, it's a rural county where we live here, very small town, the county seat.
Yes, sir.
And they're trying to copy from a big city. They putting every kind of regulation on anything and everything. You can't, they got a zoning commission. You can't build what you want to build on your own property until they okay it. Then you got to have a permit then to do it.
Mm-hmm.
And then you got to have your property perk tested for a septic tank and all that, and they got to inspect all that.
But, you know, there are reasons for that. In other words, sir, when you, for example, let's take both instances, all right? Per test. Let's say that you're going to have a septic tank. A community, in its own interest, lays down rules that this man complained about, and people are frustrated by them, but really now, do you want to drink groundwater contaminated with somebody else's fecal matter? I don't think so. I don't think so anyway. I certainly don't. And so you've got to pay attention to how many of these ground dispersing septic tanks you want to have. And the test is to ensure that you are not consuming wastes, human wastes that have gone through the ground. So, see, to me that makes sense. It's not outrageous. It's for the public health. Now, I know governments go too far. Some covenants and restrictions go too far, and they make people angry. We worry about one little turtle. Turtle lands is in the wrong place on your land. You're a cook, man. You paid for that land, and now you can't use it. So there's some insanity going on. I understand that frustration. And government has gone too far. But the people who are now getting to the point where they're going to pick up guns are dead wrong. Dead wrong. In a literal and probably literal and certainly metaphorical sense. West of the Rockies, you're on the air.
Hey.
Hey there.
Me.
Turn your radio off, please.
I didn't.
Turn your radio off, please.
Do that. I was just calling about the Freeman.
Yes.
Calling from Roswell, New Mexico.
Yes.
We should talk about aliens instead, I suppose. But I think had they been honorable and ethical and legal in their pursuit,
yes,
that it would be fine to listen to them. I think, the Amish are a fine example of a community among themselves.
They are indeed.
That have their own laws and their own rules. The Mennonites, the Quakers, it's possible to govern yourself.
Yep.
But you have to do it legally and legitimately.
It is well you point that out. Those are good examples.
Thank you.
Well, you're welcome.
Okay.
No, you're absolutely right. Thank you. That's a good example. Look, nobody in America is saying that you cannot go off and be by yourself. If you want to be a Randy Weaver, you really still can be. If you want to go off and be a separatist, this is America. You can do that. You'd be surprised what you can say and do in America. As a matter of fact, one of my guests is going to prove it later in the week. Freedom of speech, still mainly intact. Most of our freedoms, still mainly intact. Or these kinds of things wouldn't even be going on. That itself is proof of your freedom, relative freedom, remaining intact. East of the Rockies, you're on the air.
Hello, Art. This is Jeff from Houston.
Yes, sir.
Yes, about William Pierce coming on next week.
Yes.
You said before you were in interracial marriage, huh?
Yep.
I hope he wipes you through the mud. I used to listen to you. I used to respect you.
You hope that he wipes me through the mud, and you say you used to listen to me and used to respect me.
Well, I still listen to you, but I used to respect you.
I take it that you now no longer respect me because I'm in an interracial marriage. Is that correct?
Yes, you are a race traitor.
A race traitor.
Yes, and yes, you are.
Interesting. Why do you think I'm a race traitor?
Because you have defiled your race.
By marrying my wife?
You said she's not your race, right?
No, my wife was born in Hawaii.
Uh-huh.
She's half Filipino. She's half Puerto Rican with some Chinese thrown in for good measure. And so I'm a race traitor. All right. Well, yeah, I've got you. I think we're doomed. We'll be back.
The trip back in time continues with Art Bell hosting Coast to Coast AM. More Somewhere in Time coming up. Premier Networks presents Art Bell, Somewhere in Time. Tonight featuring Coast to Coast AM from May 22nd, 1996.
Well, good morning, everybody, and welcome. It's going to be quite a night, I can tell. You'll be able to feel it here shortly. There are all kinds of things on our menu, not the least of which is the Freeman. There has been a convoy of trucks that apparently has moved in or near the Freeman compound. All talks have broken off. Put briefly, Bo Gritz and now State Senator Charles Duke from Colorado have both tried and failed to get anywhere with the Freeman, both thinking they had agreements that the Freeman then violated with more demands. 9 people in there are under federal indictment. They've now been holding out for 59 days. They're heavily armed. They're at the perimeter of the property. They're beginning to, on occasion, raise rifles toward the FBI now. Leroy Schweitzer from jails urging those remaining to hold on, saying the federal government has no jurisdiction there, even though these are, by the way, federal indictments. He says, hang in there, don't give up, don't change the plan, whatever the plan is. The Freeman's still enjoying running water, electricity, that sort of thing. There's an 8 and 10-year-old child, or 2 children that I think are virtually being held hostage. The Freeman will not allow many who are in there, at least 10, to be seen or interviewed, leading to at least strong speculation there may be some held against their will in the ranch or the compound or whatever you want to call it. In fact, Bo Gritz suggested as much. Here's a fact. Art, your comments regarding the Freeman are right on the mark. If there is another Waco-style slaughter of innocents in Montana, the blame is going to lie solely with the fanatical, incoherent, intransigent Freeman, whose high-minded philosophy allows both the writing of bad checks and the use of their own precious children as human shields. Sean in Yucca Valley. But prior to the hour, I got a fax from a Freeman supporter, which says, hey, comrade Art Bell, you blankety, 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 blank. You could at least have a real debate on the Freeman issue, not a one-sided against 2 non-debate. He's referring to what we did last night. And I will say again, as I said to him in person on the phone, because I have now called him, he supplied me with the phone number, that the debates last night were as I always hold debates, and other than trying to keep the 2 sides from talking over each other so nobody can understand what's going on, as you know, I try to stay out of these debates and turn the air over to you. He finished the facts by saying, I will debate and defeat anyone you can put on the air with my hands tied behind my back. Bob, down in Southern California, and then he supplied me with a phone number. So I called Bob. He's on the phone now. And I want to set up a debate. So anybody calling any of my phone lines right now, stop. What I want is somebody who feels, in essence, the way I feel. And it's very strongly. I feel these so-called men hiding behind children and women who they ought to get the hell out of there. You know, if they've decided they're going to fight it out, and they're going to get into a lead-throwing war with the FBI, if that's the way they're going to end this, then if they were men of any kind, free or whatever, they'd get the women and children out of there first. I think these are a bunch of dishonorable, non-good faith negotiators, check-kiters, people who are using the Constitution, the word patriot, and the militia movement to hold in front of them as they do the women and children. So if you feel that way and you want to debate with Bob here, who says he can defeat you with his hands tied behind his back, then call me now, and I'll be screening calls for somebody who would like to debate Bob. So that's all we're going to be taking calls for, and I'll screen those calls here shortly. Now, first of all, let's introduce those who are going to be debating. First, there is Bob from Southern California, the author of this fax to me. Right, Bob?
That's right, Art.
And you sympathize with the Freeman's plight.
I stand shoulder to shoulder with the Freeman.
You do. All right, good. That's you. You are going to be debating somebody whose name is Steve, and Steve is in Salt Lake City. Aren't you, Steve?
That's correct, yeah.
And so the two of you are on the air. The air is yours.
Hello, Steve.
Hi, Bob. Do you want to go first, or shall I state my position?
Well, I'd like to go first.
Okay, have at it.
I think that America is in trouble. And I think that there have been a long train of events that have led to this point. And gradually over the years, our government has changed the definitions of words, the definition of terms, and have basically usurped our Constitution. They've utilized executive orders and various amendments to the Constitution, such as the 14th Amendment, to put citizens in a position of slavery. And what I mean by that is that a person born in the United States is born and has rights that are inherent at the time of birth. A person that immigrates to the United States comes here and gets a privilege to live here. The United States government grants that privilege, and those people take an oath. And at that time, they swear an allegiance because they're being granted a privilege. Those of us born here have our rights because of as a birthright.
Okay, now, are you ready, or shall I begin?
I wanted to just say one other thing.
Okay.
Now we have the Freeman incident, and we've witnessed Waco, and we've witnessed the lies, such as the meth lab that never existed, to get a warrant, to get tanks and helicopters to shoot at Americans. We've seen Ruby Ridge, where Randy Weaver was entrapped, and the government lied, the FBI lied. And now we're looking at, we've seen the Oklahoma bombing. It has so many inconsistencies with judges that didn't show up for work, ATF members that didn't show up for work. None of the ATF babies were in the daycare center. And we're being asked at this point, after we listen to all of the news media vilify these people, to allow the FBI to just charge on in there and do it one more time.
All right, are you ready?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I've got a couple points of my own. What I feel is that you mentioned that we have unalienable rights. However, if you allow any crackpot group, and I think these guys are crackpots, if you allow any group to just say that they disagree with the laws as they are established in this land, to steadfastly just say, I don't think I have to pay my bills, I don't think I have to pay taxes, and declare their own nation, you are setting a precedent where any group like that is going to completely emasculate whatever semblance of law and order we have in this country. Number one. Number two, if you allow them to declare their own nation, their own sovereign nation, to me that's not a whole lot different than if you allow the Japanese to come over and bomb Pearl Harbor. I consider that an act of war against the United States. And if that precedent is allowed to continue, who will have any rights? We will have chaos in this country. Those are two pretty big rebuttals I have right there.
Well, you mentioned taxes. And taxation started out on corporations. Corporations were artificial entities created by the government. Those artificial entities were granted a privilege of existence. That privilege of existence was granted by the federal government. Therefore, they were liable to pay the federal government a tax for that privilege.
Okay, government. You've mentioned the word government several times. I'm suggesting that if you allow any person that disagrees with the laws of this country to just act whatever way they wish, and that's what the freemen are obviously doing, that there will be no law, there will be no government, there will be nothing to hold this country together. It will devolve into chaos.
Well, you know, we have a Constitution, and the Constitution is the law of the land.
What good is the Constitution if every person decides they want to do whatever the hell they please? Let's say I have a car loan or a mortgage, and I decide that, well, I just don't like, I'm halfway into my debt, I'm halfway with my payments, and I decide that I just don't like sending these checks in anymore. So I'm going to declare myself a sovereign nation. What if every person in this country takes that attitude? There will be not nearly enough people to enforce whatever laws we have. We will be overrun. It will be a land of tyranny.
It is a land of tyranny. And I
do you like it? There. Would you like it to be even more so?
And the reason that it is a land of tyranny is because the Constitution
would you like it to be even more so, sir?
Are we going to have a debate?
Yes, but would you answer my question, then I'll answer yours.
What was your question?
I'm saying, would you like a land of tyranny?
No.
Okay.
Now, we do have a land of tyranny, and the tyranny exists when Thomas Jefferson explained it like this. Thomas Jefferson said, when you see a change in administration but no change in the policies of the government, then you have tyranny. And we have seen a long train since 1944. We instituted the Bretton Woods Agreement, which debased our currency and actually put us into a world monetary system. We see on a daily basis, you know, people don't even understand the tax situation. And basically the freemen are trying to point out the fraud that's been going on in this country since 1913.
But do you think allowing any group that decides they want to rebel, have their own way, is going to reduce the tyranny? I think it's going to increase the tyranny.
Well, at this point in time, we don't have tyranny in Montana. What we have...
All right, what are you arguing about then?
We have a standoff, and so far it's been peaceful. What we have to do is negotiate an opportunity for all of America to see for themselves in public view.
Oh, go ahead. Go ahead.
Protected from any violence. Let the freemen have their say. And just like Bill Clinton went down and testified on video, let's let the freemen, let's hold a trial. Let's have a trial in a court in the Freeman compound there, the ranch.
Well, they don't want to come out and have a trial.
Well, let's have it inside. And let's have officials from both sides go inside that ranch, sit down and hold a court.
But whose country is this anyway?
Excuse me?
Whose country is this anyway? Aren't they supposed to abide by the laws of this country? Isn't that what you were concerned about?
Well, they are in the area where the crime that is alleged is supposed to have been committed, so they should be tried there.
Furthermore, I debate you on the fact that this has been a peaceful impasse. As far as I'm concerned, as a common law-abiding citizen, I feel like I'm being robbed from every day. My tax dollars are paying the FBI and all of the law enforcement officials to sit around and have a barbecue at my expense, and I feel like I'm being stolen from. I don't think that's peaceful. Do you think robbery is peaceful? Or burglary,
absolutely not, and the federal government's been doing it to you for years. You probably don't even know.
Is that right? Is it right?
You don't even know what makes you liable.
Wait, sir, is that right or is it wrong? Sir, is it right or is it wrong? I think it's a fair question.
Let me ask you a question.
Wait, will you answer mine? I'll answer yours.
What's your question?
I'm saying, is allowing the freemen to steal from us every day, is that peaceful? Is it right or is it wrong?
Well,
I think it's wrong.
I don't believe that they're stealing from you because they have legitimate liens that have been ordered into a bank by a federal judge, Norwest Bank of Montana, that were seized by the comptroller of the currency, taken to Washington, D.C., and now sit and reside at the Secretary of Deeds. Now, the federal
government... Are you happy to pay your tax dollars to let the FBI engage in a 60-day standoff and probably, who knows, indefinitely how much longer?
Well, they don't have to be there, you know.
This nation's already broke. We can't afford to mess around with groups like this to decide they want to make whatever laws they want and declare themselves a country anytime they want.
Excuse me.
Okay.
The FBI is violating Montana law. The Montana law reads like this. Either the legislature has to convene and they have to legislate an act calling for the federal government to intervene, and they can only do that in the event of an act of domestic violence, an uprising, insurrection. The same thing goes for the governor. He can issue a proclamation. Other than that, the FBI has absolutely no business being there.
But they're the Federal Bureau of Investigation. They represent the entire country.
They represent Washington, D.C.
But they're the Federal Bureau of Investigation. They're entitled to investigate any aspect of law enforcement that is deemed necessary in the entire United States.
Let's get to the bottom of this.
That's why they're called federal.
Let me ask you a very simple question.
Okay.
What is the income tax imposed on?
Income, well, among other things.
You're wrong. Income is the
it's
measurement.
income, but
Income
it's
is
actually
the
a lot more
measurement
complicated
used.
than that.
You're absolutely incorrect. You have to be involved in a revenue taxable activity, or you have to have a privileged occupation or be a federal officer. Income is the measurement that they use to determine the amount of tax you owe.
Mm-hmm.
So you are being robbed because you're probably not even involved in a revenue taxable activity. Do you produce alcohol, tobacco, or firearms?
No, I sell a service.
If you don't own a radio station, if you're not involved in a revenue taxable activity, you're not subject to it or liable for it. And if you're paying it, it's because on your what they call an individual master file, they have registered you as a resident of the Virgin Islands or of Guam or someplace.
No, it's because we have a free market society, and society values my service, and I make income from that service, gainful income.
Sir, do you have a right to exist?
What's that got to do with anything?
Well, do you have that right?
What's that got to do with anything, sir?
Well, if you have the right to exist, then you have the right to eat.
Yeah, but what's that got to do with the freeman?
Well, if you want to eat, you have to make a living, don't you? You can't just go out and shoot something in the street.
No, well, I feel the freemen are stealing from me.
Have they personally stolen something from you?
Make a right?
Have they stolen something from you?
Yeah, I just said a while ago they're stealing my federal. My federal government that I pay income taxes and Social Security into is already bankrupt. It's a deficit.
Well,
hang on, let me finish. I'll answer you.
The freemen didn't steal that. The government did. And let me try to explain something.
I don't think continuing to steal is going to solve the problem. Now, I do feel stolen from because I pay taxes into that general fund, and we don't have funds to waste on some mamby-pamby stakeout like they're having there for some crackpot group that decides that they don't want to pay their mortgage or whatever else. What if I say, I don't want to pay my credit card. I'm just tired of it, so I'm going to say I am a one-man sovereign nation.
That's called bankruptcy. You can file bankruptcy if you don't want to pay it.
Okay, but obviously these guys have gone through that.
You're blaming the wrong people, Steve. The creditor on the warrant is the freeman. The debtor is the government. The government is the one who is not honoring their end of that warrant.
Well,
now, the freeman filed liens against the government. Then they went to the federal court and they got a judge to open an account for them at a real bank. They placed the lien in a special collections account in the bank, and they wrote warrants against that lien. Just because the federal government doesn't pay their debt doesn't make the freemen bad guys.
I don't think it gives the freemen the right to just say they're their own sovereign nation. If they're their own sovereign nation, then I don't think that they are acknowledging our currency.
Well,
All right.
Let me try to explain something about it.
Gentlemen, this is a very good debate. If you both would like to hold on, you're both on my nickel, not yours. I'll bring you back after the bottom of the hour break.
Thanks, Art.
Okay.
Bob?
Yes.
Are you getting a fair debate?
Yes, sir.
All right, stay there. We'll be back. Good morning, everybody. You're listening to coverage of a debate between two people about the freemen. A situation looks exactly like it's about to come to a head. It will continue in a moment.
This is Premier Networks. That was Art Bell hosting Coast to Coast AM on this Somewhere in Time.
Back to our debaters. Steve and Bob, you're both back on the air.
I think I'll serve first this time.
That's my pleasure, Steve. Go right ahead.
Okay. When I mentioned that I felt that I'd been robbed from every day that this passes by, every day we spend more money out of our already impoverished coffers to perpetuate this standoff, this pointless standoff. I submit also that not only do I feel robbed, I really feel sorry for the people of Los Angeles County. As I remember last year, it was national news that this healthcare president, that's what he ran on, I'm the healthcare president, Bill Clinton, and the administration cut enough funding that Los Angeles County had to shut down over 40 regional healthcare centers. And not only that, but they were threatening to shut down County USC Medical Center. And the reason I'm bringing this up is I think a lot of people that want to have their children immunized and get health care and preventative treatment or perhaps emergency care, I think they would feel very robbed from too. We don't have money to provide you those services, but we have money to spend FBI agents to stand around and eat donuts all night waiting for the freemen to make up their mind when these guys don't even want to come out and talk it over in a court of law in the United States. And, well, that's quite a mouthful. I'll let you respond to that before I go on.
Well, Steve, I agree that you are being robbed.
Okay.
I don't believe that the freemen are doing it, and let me say something before I go any further. You know,
okay.
There are people's lives at stake here, and I enjoy having this debate, and I think that this is a great forum for us to at least air things out.
Absolutely.
And I don't want to get into an argument. I would like to have a debate, and I'd like to maybe explain some things.
Okay.
The Federal Reserve and the Income Tax Act both passed into law in 1913. At that time, this country had no national debt. And the reason why it passed into effect, the Federal Reserve Act, it was collusion between the bankers and the Congress. Prior to that act, the Congress had to come to the states, and they had to tell each state, we need so much money to operate our government.
Mm-hmm.
And they would have to collect that money from each person individually and then send it to the federal government. Well, once they passed this act, they had a blank check. The Congress could borrow as much money as they could get us to pay later, and we became the co-signers of this fraud. So our children and us were obligated to these debts. And when you pay your taxes, you talked about when you send in your check,
mm-hmm.
if you get your canceled check back, you'll see on the back of it that it says, pay any Federal Reserve Bank branch or general depository for credit, U.S. Treasury. This is in payment of U.S. obligations. Must be paid at par NP. Do not wire non-payment. And what that really amounts to is a violation of Section 7809 of the Internal Revenue Code, which says that all deposits have to go to the Treasury. And these taxes are never going to the Treasury. They go to the Federal Reserve. And the Federal Reserve is a privately owned bank. So we have a group of individuals that own the Federal Reserve, and you're paying your taxes to them. And you are not even liable for the tax, or you shouldn't be subject to it. Our federal government, according to the Constitution, is supposed to operate off of imposts, excises, and duties collected on trade.
Yeah, that's a key point, our country. And my point is that when the freemen declare themselves their own sovereign nation, then who knows what their rules are anymore. I still consider it not only an act of war against the United States, but if that president holds and it's allowed to continue,
well, do you think
there will be so many groups? You might as well let every person in all 50 states just decide they want to do whatever the hell they want to do, and there will be no federal controls of any kind.
Well, you know, Steve, our congressmen, they were writing a bunch of bad checks against the Congressional Bank.
Two wrongs don't make a right.
Okay, but they weren't shot or surrounded by the FBI. And, you know, just the other night, Jerry Spence was on CNN or one of those cable stations,
mm-hmm.
and he said, these people haven't done anything that the bankers and the Wall Street investors haven't been doing for years. And yet they have never been surrounded by the FBI and threatened with death. So what I'm saying here is we're a nation of rational people most of the time. But sometimes what happens is we let the mass media get us worked up into a frenzy where we're all out here screaming, attack, attack. The sheriff in Montana should arrest the FBI for trespassing. And Leroy Schweitzer was kidnapped.
There's so many things I got to interject with.
Go ahead.
The FBI is a federal agency. The states are subservient to it by definition.
That's not true.
Well, why are they called the Federal Bureau of Investigation then?
Why are they called the United States? Because they're states united.
But you were just talking about having a Federal Reserve system
What do
a
you
while
think the
ago.
10th Amendment
So
is,
you're
Steve?
saying you like federalism on the one hand, but you don't on the other.
No, I'm not saying that at all. I'm saying that the federal government has an obligation under the Constitution to protect our borders and to regulate commerce.
But if every group decides to impose whatever law they wish, then none of us will be protected.
They're not proposing that. What they want.
But they are. They're saying they're their own sovereign nation. A sovereign nation makes its own laws.
No, let me read you something, Steve. They've asked for a trial at common law, and Article 7 of our Constitution says, in suits at common law, where the value in controversy shall exceed $20, the right of trial by jury shall be preserved, and no fact tried by a jury shall be otherwise re-examined in any court of the United States than according to the rules of common law.
All right. Well, then why aren't these guys willing to come out and have their day in court?
Because the courts are not common law courts. These
what
courts
makes
are
them
administrative
privileged?
courts that don't operate under the Constitution. They're contract courts. When you go into
The
a court,
Constitution is going to be irrelevant if you let every group that wants to have its own way have its own way. There will be no point in having a Constitution. It will
primary
emasculate the entire system of whatever code of laws and justice and ethics we want. It will be chaos, pandemonium. I don't feel like I'm being protected if that precedent is allowed to continue, and that seems like that's just the direction these free men want to move in.
Steve,
That's what scares me.
I don't blame you for being scared.
Okay.
But we need to put the blame where the blame goes. And the blame belongs on the officials in our government who violate the Constitution set up by our founders to protect us. That's the reason for that Constitution, and that's why this country is on the brink of a major disaster, is because they refuse to honor their oath of office. And whenever they take a public position, they swear to uphold and defend this Constitution. And
Well,
then they
why don't
violate
the free men come out and vote for constitutional amendments or urge their legislators to reform the laws if they don't like the way the laws are then?
Can I tell you something, Steve, that you probably don't know?
Have at it.
When you go pick up a form to fill out to register to vote, there's a question on there, and it says, are you a U.S. citizen? And you check the box, and you sign it down at the bottom, and it says that you swear to this under penalties of perjury. Well, you have just sworn that you are a citizen of Washington, D.C., and then you become a federal citizen. Otherwise, you would be a citizen of whatever republic state you live in.
Well, I don't think you can be a citizen of any state in this country without being a federal citizen.
Oh, sure you can. You become a federal citizen when you contract to be a federal citizen by getting a Social Security card.
So you mean you're a citizen of California, but you're not a citizen of the United States? Is that what you're telling me?
I'm not a citizen of Washington, D.C. I am a citizen of the California Republic.
Washington, D.C. is an acknowledged district within the boundaries of the United States, though.
It's a seat of government, and it's a corporation. And until you understand that...
Well, would that be the case if you lived in Sacramento? That would be the same, too.
That's the seat of the state government, and there's two governments within every state. There's the corporate government, and then there's the republic. And they're two different entities altogether. One is a business.
All right, well, I'm still not comfortable with the idea of the freemen just being able to say they want to declare themselves a sovereign nation and just decide that, phooey, I don't want to pay my mortgage. I'm not comfortable with that precedent. I don't think every person should just willy-nilly decide that the law is whatever they say the law is.
Let's take a look at the mortgage. Let's just take a look at that for a minute.
All right.
Okay? You go into a bank, and you say, I need a mortgage. I want to buy this house over here for $150,000.
Okay.
Right?
Yeah.
Okay. You fill out a credit application, and you hand it to the banker.
Mm-hmm.
The banker looks at it, and in the meantime, he's got his buddy calling up the Federal Reserve, and he says, we need to borrow $150,000 for this guy. What's the rate on that? And the Federal Reserve says, oh, you're getting money right now at 1 point over prime. So they buy it for 1 point over prime, and then they loan it to you for 5 points over prime.
Now, they didn't make any money. There wouldn't be a bank for me to borrow from, though.
Whose credit did they loan you, yours or theirs?
It's not really a matter of, you don't loan credit.
It's
you
all
loan
credit.
money.
Because the money that you get is nothing more than a ledger entry.
And we have that money available to borrow because we have a Federal Reserve and a reserve requirement in the banks that allows loan funds to be available for borrowers.
Who died and made the bank the middleman between our government and us? Our government has the authority to print the money and issue the money. But what they've done is they've put a middleman in there to siphon off his little portion of it. and that's the Federal Reserve.
All right, so where's that tie-in with the Freemen then?
What the Freemen are saying is this system needs to stop. This system is usury. It is wrong. It is not Christian, and they are Christian men. Believe me, I know them. I spent time with them. I broke bread with them.
But
they don't want violence. At the same time, they know that this country is going to the dogs. And it's going to the dogs because we don't hold our public officials accountable. We go into, just here in San Diego.
But I think in this case, I don't think our public officials, in the case of the Freemen, are holding us accountable.
What do you mean by that?
Okay, well, the Freemen should have been issued an ultimatum. You can come out, you can have your day in court, you can make whatever claim you want, you can have legal representation. If you can't afford an attorney will be appointed for you. You'll be fairly represented in a state or federal court if need be.
Would you believe our federal government after the Oklahoma bombing?
Yeah, but if they're allowed to just stay in there and help the rest of the United States, then I don't think that our federal organizations are controlling us either. You've got to have a two-way street.
You know what? If somebody showed up at your house in a ninja outfit, a machine gun, and said, "Hey, I'm from the government, I'm here to help you," would you believe him?
All right, gentlemen, I've got to break in and say about 2 more minutes.
All right. Well,
I'd certainly be suspicious.
I'd like to close by saying something that was said before this country was even founded.
All right.
Okay? And this was a statement. It said, "The poorest man may, in his cottage, bid defiance to all the forces of the crown. It may be frail, its roof may shake, the wind may blow through it. The storm may enter, the rain may enter, but the King of England may not enter. All his forces dare not cross the threshold of the ruined tenement." We have rights. These rights come from God. They aren't granted by the government. As soon as we give the government supreme authority in this country, then they will tell us what rights we have and don't have. But as long as God rules this country, our rights come from God, and the government is subservient to us.
God helps those who help themselves, too, and people who help themselves establish a system of rules so that chaos does not abound and that our personal safety and the integrity of this country does not be compromised the way the Freemen will surely compromise it if this precedent holds true and other people follow their lead backwards into chaos.
All right, gentlemen, that'll have to be the last word. I hope you both thought it was fair. Thank you both.
Thank you.
All right, good night. There you had it. I thought that was a pretty good debate. And you may wish to comment on what you drew from it. At this hour, the word is there is a convoy that has reached the Freeman location near Jordan. We don't know what's in it. The Freemen are flying the flag upside down. Indications are something is apparently about to happen. The last word is there are 2 children. There's a woman inside, if not more. There are 10 people that are unaccounted for in the sense that none of the negotiators have been able to talk with them, leading to speculation. They're being held against their will. That's the situation. You heard the debate. I think that guy kind of represented what the Freemen are saying, and you may react as you will. West of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hello.
Hey, Art, how you doing?
I'm okay.
This is Charlie in Phoenix.
Hi, Charlie.
Hey, how's it going tonight?
Fine.
Hey, getting any weird calls tonight?
Charlie, are you listening to the radio?
Not for the last half an hour. I've been kind of busy. I'm working.
I see. What can we do for you?
Oh, not too bad. Oh, not much. Hey, Art, I was wondering, what are the chances of you getting Bob Ballard on the show for something, just for something different?
Who is Bob Ballard?
If you haven't heard of Bob Ballard from Woods Hole, the man who discovered the Titanic wreck?
No, well, I've heard of the Titanic wreck being discovered. Yes, of course.
Yeah, Bob Ballard was the man who found the wreck.
Matter of fact, now they're taking out cruise ships.
Yeah, isn't that sad?
To give people a look at it.
Isn't that sad?
I think it is, yes. So that's my comment on it. I think it's sad, yes. Taking cruise ships out, show people the wreck of the Titanic. First time caller line, you're on the air. Hello.
Hello.
Yes, sir.
Oh, hi, Art.
Hello.
Incredible, I actually made it through.
Yes.
This is a videotape I've been wanting to send you, and I need the address to work.
Are you a first time caller?
Yes, I am.
Okay.
Okay. I love your show, and it's funny, because if it wasn't for you, I started listening to you about 1.5 years ago, and you're the one that got me hooked. I've never thought that I would come running home wanting to hear the radio before.
Where did you come running home from?
wherever I may be, girlfriend's house or something.
Oh, I see.
Think about it. I'm putting priority of you over her. I've even taken my radio to her house.
I have no comment on that. Thank you very, very much for the
Don't
call.
take it the wrong way now.
All right, don't worry. I'll look forward to getting the videotape. Oh, my. East of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hello.
Yes.
Turn your radio off, please.
Okay.
Good.
Heather, turn the radio off.
Yes.
All right. Yeah, I just want to make a comment about the Freemen.
All right.
First of all, they have broken the law.
Yes.
And I know that
they're accused of breaking the law. And to be clear, there are indictments, federal indictments, against 9 of the individuals in those homes, ranches, compounds, whatever.
Yeah. I think it's a really sad state that I know that if I was accused of something like that, they would come and arrest me without a thought.
And if they did and came to your house with a legitimate warrant, and you you broke a window, stuck a rifle through the window, and said, "Get off my property,"
they would fill me full of holes.
That's a good guess.
Now, I think that it's pretty sad that they can be held off. The government can be held off and held hostage just because people have a lot of guns. I don't think that's just not right to me.
Well, some of it arguably is political. The government made mistakes at Waco, at Ruby Ridge.
Oh, well, I can understand that.
Now there's this great body of militia out there and people who are on the edge, ready to grab a gun. Johnny get his gun, and they're going to go rushing off and have been ready to sort of a hair-trigger situation for the next situation like Waco that would develop. Somehow we've got to get the word out to these groups. Gentlemen, pick your fight. This one isn't the one you ought to be putting your life up for. These people are not the kind of people that were at Waco.
Yeah, definitely.
This is not Waco. It's not Ruby Ridge. These are lawbreakers. These are people who just have decided that they're going to, as the debater said, take the law into their own hands. And I see nothing honorable about what they're doing.
Absolutely.
Anyway, thanks for the call.
All right, thank you very much.
Take care. West of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hello.
Hi.
Hello. Turn your radio off, please.
Just did.
Good.
Okay. Well, I have several things to say about this Freeman thing and some of the points they raised in that debate.
Sure.
First off, this federal citizenship nonsense. What I'm seeing here is that, okay, before we had the Constitution, we had the Articles of Confederation, and we had a much more loose unification of these national entities that are called states, semi-national. And as the preamble says, it's to form a more perfect union. The purpose of the Constitution was to overhaul the situation, which was too loose. These people would not support each other against Indian raids. There was Shays' Rebellion, which was a debtors' rebellion, and sure, they were being abused somewhat, but the thing it was almost like a proto-communist, what have you. So, in the face of all this, they felt they needed to be more consolidated.
All right, listen, dear, where are you?
I'm in Palo Alto.
Palo Alto?
Palo Alto, California.
Excellent. I would ask, it's our nickel. I will hold you over through the news and bring you back if you can wait.
Sure.
All right, done. We're going to break here at the top of the hour. There may be late news. We'll check that out as well as what else is going on and be back with more live, unscreened talk radio in many markets.
The trip back in time continues with Art Bell hosting Coast to Coast AM. More Somewhere in Time coming up. To Art Bell, Somewhere in Time. Tonight featuring Coast to Coast AM from May 22nd, 1996.
Top of the morning, everybody. Those of you just joining us at this hour, it's been a lot of Freeman talk tonight. Looks as though that situation may be coming to a head. Latest to give up on it all and walk away, Senator Charles Duke, who, after negotiating in what he thought was good faith for a number of days, finally was disgusted, said the Freemen don't keep any agreements they make. And he's gone home to Colorado. He was preceded by Bo Greitz, who made many similar comments after trying to have good faith negotiations. with these less than honorable people who hide behind children and women near Jordan, Montana. So that's been a subject. I've got a lady on hold talking about it and a debate we had on that subject in the last half hour, and we'll get back to her in a moment. Welcoming to our network in about 5 days, the Midwest Monster 3EEE AM radio, 50,000 watts, non-directional, 38 state coverage. That's been the one I've been holding back. Cleveland, Ohio, and from there, 38 states of coverage. 3EEE, 1100 on the dial. Begins in 5 days. All right. In a moment, we'll get back to a lady in Palo Alto, California, and the subject is the Freeman. Now, thank you for holding on. Back to Palo Alto. You're on the air.
Hi.
Hi.
Well, anyway, as I was saying, these people, sovereign citizenship and all this bunch, it's not just the Freeman. I mean, what they are saying and acting out on or hiding behind or whatever is what you could call mainline patriot thought.
Yes.
And that's one of the reasons I find it a little bit dangerous. Anyway, it's also, as I said, historically inaccurate. They act like these states are like nearly sovereign nations. Now, as I said, this matter, some of this line of talk goes back to John C. Calhoun.
Look, well, you and I have not been at the compound, the farmhouse. We haven't talked to the Freeman, but Charles Duke, senator from Colorado, who was the power behind the 10th Amendment movement in Colorado, and is arguably himself sympathetic to these kinds of issues, legitimate issues, went and talked with the Freeman. He came out and said, these people aren't patriots. These people are not mainline anything, militia or anything else, and they're hiding behind the patriot movement.
Exactly.
And that makes it damn dangerous.
Oh, exactly. They are frauds. But what I'm saying is that the talk they are using, the arguments they are using, however,
they're designed
lacking in good faith.
No, they're designed to appeal to that exact group and engender support for the unsupportable otherwise.
Right. But what I'm saying is the arguments that they are making are the same arguments you'll find with people who actually believe this stuff and do not write bad checks.
Right.
But anyway, it has certainly some violent potential anyway. Now, okay, I don't know how much time you want to allot me. I'll try to make this quick. John C. Calhoun, back before the Civil War, was a big wheel both in, I guess it was South Carolina politics and federal level politics. He could not afford to risk losing either end of his career. Both were too fat.
Right.
Now, there was the so-called tariff of abominations. You know, there was these economic struggles going on between wool and textile, what have you, and the cotton crowd and all this. And slavery also played a role as an issue. Now, every so often some of these rather arrogant, touchy types, and I recall that Jefferson's description of your typical Southern aristocrat being very touchy and at the same time kind of lascivious but lazy and very concerned for their own rights and disregarding of others sounds very much like some of our self-righteous type criminals in California, but never mind. Anyway, these people, some of them started talking secession. Now, Calhoun couldn't afford this, because he wanted to protect his federal level career. And so he cooked up a theory which, though it allowed secession, put it at a later stage of a process that begins with the states have the right to nullify a federal law of any sort by simply ignoring it. And then there's a sequence that everybody's to go through, geeing and hawing, and then they get to secession far enough down the line that he hoped it wouldn't happen, so he wouldn't have to make a choice. So all this was very self-serving on his part. Nonetheless, it was his line of arguments that eventually were used to justify the secessionist movement that did finally get going into the Confederacy. Now, for example, we'll find nowadays people whose origin of this concern is really the segregation issue. They did not want to segregate, so they complain about the 14th Amendment, and they say the 14th Amendment for the first time applied to the states that they had to obey within their borders, how they acted.
All right, listen, we're now running short of time.
All right, then I'll just get back to the original idea about the sovereignty of the states. This was curtailed sharply in the Constitution. Its preamble made it clear that this was its purpose. The states themselves were very antsy about signing this. Their whole behavior showed, and their demand for a Bill of Rights showed that they knew they were surrendering a great deal of sovereignty. Madison, who was the remaining, I think it was Madison, who was the last remaining living signer of this when Calhoun's theories, which are basically sovereign state, came up, he denounced this as totally beyond what was the original intent, legislative intent, you would call it, in a legal wrangle in an appellate court now. And he considered, as Daniel Webster said, this was not an agency contract with everybody being involved still independent of each other, but a executed contract creating a new entity. And as far as it says very clearly in one of the early parts of the Constitution, that this Constitution is the supreme law of the land. Anything in any state constitution or local laws that are in conflict with it are superseded by it, or the contrary notwithstanding. I mean, it's very clear.
Or put another way, the FBI has every right to be there.
Yes.
Listen, I'm going to have to go now, but I appreciate your argument, and I agree.
Okay, I have a webpage at www.advweb.com/KW, and I will increasingly start dealing with these issues.
All right, thank you very much, and a very good morning to you. Dear Art, the Freemen have violated our constitutional rights. They have denied us the right to free travel since we cannot pass on certain roads. They are denying us the normal protections of the FBI agents who would otherwise be assigned elsewhere. They're absorbing our tax dollars for their illegal actions. I wonder if somebody might file claim against the Freemen for their infringement of our constitutional rights. Steve in Santa Barbara. Or from Edward in Salt Lake City, what I'm hearing over and over is a sense of powerlessness and frustration. I fear things may get worse in this country because most of these groups cannot even clearly define their own positions. They're overwhelmed with endless regulations, the nonsense of political correctness, and the constant agitation of liberal psychobabble. They can't define any clear solutions, so they talk in circles around what is their frustration with the society we live in. Well, I listened to their arguments about the Federal Reserve and the money system and what they perceive to be illegal taxation and all the rest of it, and they completely ignore the fact that we have the Constitution in place that allows us to address all of these issues. Instead, they're going to address them by not paying their mortgage, issuing liens, writing hot checks, and holding guns on the people who come to serve them with legal warrant. I don't think so. West of the Rockies, you're on the air. East of the Rockies, you're on the air. Good morning.
Hello, Mr. Bell.
Hello.
Very interesting conversation debate there.
Yes.
Matter of fact, if you don't mind changing the subject, getting back to a program, something you spoke on air about a few days ago, about each individual person.
Yes. No, my argument, actually, that's consistent. We are each individual granted these freedoms that I, too, believe come from God and even beyond the Constitution. But we also should act in a responsible way in return, individually.
Correct, yeah. It has to do with man has just gotten well. I do believe in God, and he's done wonderful things and continues to do so in my life and others, is that we are getting to a point now to where we're getting to a higher, well, some of us, that is, are getting to a certain higher consciousness level to where we can certainly see beyond what is present day going on. You see, people call it, like I said, it's quickening, etc. Yeah, as a matter of fact, anything, somebody asked you that if you had any information, I asked you one time about this new movie, Independence Day, and you said you actually have a script.
I do.
Oh. Pretty neat stuff, huh?
Yes, and I'm utterly keeping my mouth shut about it. Thank you very much for the call. Yes, I do. It is, well, I really can't say anything. I want that motion picture to be a surprise for everybody, and it's going to be. It's definitely going to be. Yeah, individual action, individual responsibility as well, individual freedom. and free men. First time caller line, you're on the air.
Art.
Hello.
Hey, how you doing? John from Austin.
I'm okay.
Okay, phone.
Yes, sir.
I wanted to make a couple of really quick points, and one of which is that the things that they're saying about the Freeman, the problem is that a lot of people are having with it. It's the exact same things they said about Randy Weaver and the Weaver family and Ruby Ridge, and about the Branch Davidians in Waco.
Those they're not the same thing.
I know they're not the same thing, but they're saying the things that they're saying about the Freeman are sound remarkably similar to the same things they said about the Weaver.
Well, but there's a big difference, sir.
Mm-hmm.
And that is that if you listen to the people of Montana in and around the Freeman, they're saying these things. Now, you go back to Waco, those things weren't being said. Oh, a few people were. But basically, the people in and around Waco said they don't bother anybody.
Mm-hmm. Well, the point I'm trying to make is I can understand why some of the people are having a hard time believing what's being said about the Freeman, because the same kind of propaganda was used against the Branch Davidians and the Weaver family.
That is a valid point.
Okay, the second point I wanted to make is about the Republic of Texas people. Their point is that the U.S. government never had a law allowing sovereign nations to be brought into the United States, and the Republic of Texas was never dissolved prior to being brought into the United States. So technically,
Texas has a provision in the Constitution that allows uniquely for secession under certain circumstances.
Exactly.
Mm-hmm. Yes, I'm aware of that.
So the point of the Republic of Texas people, whether it's valid or not, is that technically, even under U.S. law, that the bringing Texas into the Union was illegal.
Well, you know what? I'm betting Texans will want to stay in the Union.
Well, it depends. A lot of people here in Texas have long thought that Texas would have been better off not getting into the Union at all.
Well, that is spilt milk, sir. Thank you. The question now is whether Texas wants to leave the Union. And while there is a special provision within the Constitution of the state of Texas, my bet is that aside from a relatively small group of people, the majority of Texans are quite pleased to be part of the USA. So I don't look for their picking up their Texas sticks and leaving any time soon. East of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hello.
Hello there.
Yes, sir. Where are you?
In Nebraska.
All right.
Yeah, this Freeman thing is getting kind of ridiculous. This sovereignty, this citizenship of Washington that he talks about in your debate, that is a mess.
I know.
I'm one that would feel like the FBI and the ATF ought to just maybe lob in some nerve gas, carry them all out, put them in a hospital, and say, you're under arrest.
Well, if it were not for the women and children, I think that would have already been done.
Yeah, well, I guess that probably is one of their thoughts, but some of that stuff they can lob in there wouldn't hurt the kids either.
Well, that's what they thought at Waco.
Yeah.
It's a very, very difficult situation when there's children involved.
It certainly is. Listen, I won't keep you any longer. I just been trying to get in a couple of nights, and you have a good one. Keep on doing what you're doing.
Thank you very much. Have a good morning. I determined pretty early on with regard to the Freeman what I thought about them, and I did some looking into it before I opened my mouth, and when I did, early on, I got the vitriolic letters that I got, you can't believe, calling me a traitor, calling me not a patriot, that I had no idea what the word means. And then the American public slowly began to find out. In fact, in response to that, for 2 days, I opened these lines to people in Montana, right in the area there. And without exception, they all called and said, these people, these so-called free men, have been terrorizing us and our community. And the vitriolic letters didn't come from Montana. They came from other areas where this so-called patriot community was being fraudulently drawn into the sympathetic-sounding arguments made by the so-called free men to cover up what they've been doing, which is nothing more or less than the big bully on the block used to do when you were a kid. You remember him, right? First-time caller line, you're on the air. Hello.
Hello. All right, let me turn my radio off.
Thank you.
Okay.
Where are you?
I'm in Houston.
Yes, sir.
Just want to make a few comments on the Freeman deal.
Sure.
It really upsets me when some nights I lay here and I listen to you, but actually I'm thinking, worrying about how I will pay bills that I owe.
Yeah.
And these people, they just decide that they don't want to pay bills
anymore.
And I think every person in this country, there are a lot of Americans that do so, that struggle day to day to make ends meet, should be outraged.
I have been. It's like, you heard the guy in the debate arguing about, he went from mortgages to the Federal Reserve determining the interest rate and telling the bank, which is a slave in the middle, collecting and usury and your money and all the rest. What a bunch of total unadulterated crap.
Right.
The fact of the matter is nobody's arm is twisted to go sign a mortgage agreement.
Yeah, that's what I was hoping the other guy would say.
Well,
that he was saying, when you pay the mortgage blah, blah, the other guy should have told him right away, then don't go sign the mortgage.
There you are.
And then too, even if everything that all of the reasons that they cite were accurate, there's nothing Christian and there was no moral reason that they can give for holding women and children. I was thinking even here in Texas, we sort of romanticized the Alamo, which was sort of a standoff type situation. But
sure.
It's interesting that even the men in the Alamo allowed the women and the children to leave before it got bad. The only woman, the only white woman that stayed was Emily Dickinson, and not Emily Dickinson, I forgot her first name, Dickinson's wife. And she only stayed because she wanted to stay with her husband. But they allowed all of those people to leave. And so these men are nothing more than and I know this is weird, and a lot of people that are sympathetic to them just sometimes happen to be people who would, as you said, the guy, I forget his name, but the guy that wishes that all blacks and Jews would leave.
Oh, yeah. I'm going to have him on the air.
Right, and of course I'm black, and so of course when they hear me, they say, well, of course he feels that way. But I truly look at it as a non-color issue, and when he's on, I hope I can get through.
I hope you can too.
And I'd like to apologize too to all the people that when I got on the phone, their rings were just going out. I know how horrible that feels trying to get through.
I know. I thank you, my friend,
okay.
and I hope you make it through. We're going to let me promo this again because it is important. He was on 60 Minutes this last Sunday. It was actually, all things considered, with Kevorkian, with the story on Russia, and the story on the man who wrote the Turner Diaries, one of the best 60 Minutes programs in probably the last year or two. This Turner Diaries thing. Unbelievable. So I'm going to have Dr. Pierce on. I talked with Dr. Pierce earlier today, and he asked what I thought of his book, and I told him honestly what I thought of his book. But I said that will not preclude your getting a fair interview. And by that I mean that I'm not going to rip him apart. I'm going to let him say what he wants to say, and you might have a hint if you saw the 60 Minutes program of what he believes. And we will listen fairly, because that's what I do on this program. Despite what my own personal circumstance may be or the way I feel, I will do that, as you must have learned by now, for anybody. We'll be right back.
This is Premier Networks. That was Art Bell hosting Coast to Coast AM on this Somewhere in Time. Premier Networks presents Art Bell, Somewhere in Time. Tonight featuring Coast to Coast AM from May 22nd, 1996.
I'm going to read you something, and this will be a test. If it makes you angry, then you're in one camp. If you agree with it, then you're in another. Art, the more articulate Freeman supporters invariably obfuscate the fundamental issues surrounding the Montana standoff with a mind-numbing flurry of pseudo-historical revisionism and paranoia, conspiratorial fear-mongering regarding what they see as the evil, monolithic federal government. The real issue in this unfortunate situation is grown men hiding behind helpless children in defense of a poorly defined, morally indefensible, crackpot political philosophy whose first principle seems to be that the federal government does something wrong and dishonorable, then so can I. Now you're on the air, Coast to Coast AM with Art Bell. Where are you, please?
I'm in Vancouver.
Vancouver, BC?
Yeah.
All right.
I just want to say hi to everybody on the IRC, too. This is Doctor again.
Oh, an IRCer.
Yeah.
I was on there yesterday morning, as a matter of fact.
Oh, really?
Oh, yes.
Well, I didn't catch you on there.
Right after the program.
Oh, well, I don't quite make it that late. I know that you were saying some stuff about being on AOL and wanting to make sure that your security was safe. I was wondering, are you able to do that on the IRC to make sure that nobody's copying your...
Yes, I use a specific logon with my name followed by a number that nobody else can duplicate.
Oh, okay. That's good.
And thank you. And yes, you're right. With regard to AOL, I haven't been on there because somebody figured out how to assume a screen name. And I'm waiting to hear from AOL that they have that problem solved. Until then, the only thing I could do once that occurred was to say whatever Art Bell goes in there isn't me. You know, because I'm not going in there until this gets solved. So you can be damn sure that it's not me. If you see somebody in the AOL chat room claiming to be Art Bell, just isn't so, because I'm not going on until I get some official word that that problem is solved. And you can imagine why. I don't want somebody using my name, saying things that are, in effect, putting words in my mouth. I don't want that to happen. It's just a cyber problem. On the first-time caller line, you're on the air. Hello.
Yeah, I'm from La Jolla.
La Jolla, California. Yeah. All right, you're going to have to get close to your phone and speak up. You're a little hard to hear. What is your first name?
My first name is Harris.
Okay, well, go ahead.
Yeah, I have a question about the quickening that you've been talking about.
Yes.
What are we actually quickening to? And is it a world event or just...
If I knew that, sir, I would be, thanks for the question, I'd be a preacher. I'm sure I would. I don't have those answers. I am an observer. I'm a talk host. I observe social, economic trends, political trends, earth changes. I observe things. I deal with the news. Day in, day out, hour in, hour out. And so what I call the quickening is just a simple observation on my part that events are moving at a faster and faster pace. What will it culminate to? I don't know. I don't have that knowledge. A revolution? God's return? Judgment Day, Armageddon? A restructuring? I don't know. I wish I had that knowledge. I am an observer, not a prophet. West of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hello.
Hi, Art.
How are you?
This is Janae in Sonoma County, California.
Well, welcome.
Well, thank you. I'd like to make a couple of brief comments about the chupacabra.
Oh, yes. Do you have the photograph?
No, I don't.
Well, I talked to my webmaster, Keith Rowland, a little earlier, and in the 24 hours we've had it up there, 10,000 people have taken copies, so a lot of people have got it.
Well, I have two experiences, not with the chupacabra, but in regard to it, and they're both pretty humorous. The first one is Saturday I received a solicitous call from MCI. The young gentleman was calling from their office in southern Texas.
Mm-hmm.
And, of course, they were hoping I'd see the light and convert. And anyway, somehow we ended up talking about the chupacabra.
Now, wait a minute. How do you get from you should come on board with MCI and dump whoever you've got to the chupacabra?
Well, he's on the desert in Texas. I wrangled horses on the Mojave.
I see.
We were talking about tarantulas, scorpions. And
so you struck up a conversation.
Yeah.
All right.
So he told me that the day before in their major, it's either Dallas or Houston newspaper, the front page had an article and a drawing of the chupacabra.
Uh-huh.
And he's mailing it to me. Before I tell you the other chupacabra thing, I want to tell you that I talked to you off the air about an earthquake in May in this area.
Yes.
And the one 2 days ago, that wasn't the one.
Okay.
Okay. The other thing is, 2 nights ago, about 11:30, it's been raining all day. I remembered my new aviary of birds outside, and I wanted to go out and check on them. It's about 11:30 at night, dark, cold, rainy. And I hear something rattling in the bushes. So I'm not afraid, and I just say, who's out there? And I start going out to see what's in the bushes. And I'm going, show yourself or get out of here.
Yeah.
And all of a sudden I remembered you talking about sending somebody into the woods, and I started laughing so hard I practically sat down in the mud.
You mean the inevitable woman in a low-cut blouse?
Yeah, but the way
It's the ultimate test. All right, well, thank you. Look, if there is a monster around, anybody who's watched any monster movie knows, whether it's the basement or the wooded grove, and you want to bait a monster, all you do is get a good-looking woman in a low-cut blouse and either send her into the woods or send her into the basement. Monster bait. And if there's a monster there, it's guaranteed. He will immediately regard her as a potato chip. Well, moving back now to the subject of the Freeman from Mark in Michigan. Mark in Michigan. Art, thanks to Mr. Duke, referring here to State Senator Duke of Colorado. Thanks to Mr. Duke, the blood of these Americans will be on his hands because of the words he chose to use. Do you and Mr. Duke and Bo Greitz know something the rest of us don't? P.S. Wake up, Art. Yes, I think we do know something that people like you, Mark, don't. And that is that these people in Montana are using the kinds of words that get the blood of your type, Mark, going in order to engender support for illegal activities, in order to be able to hold the FBI off at the point of a gun. Mark, yes, I think we've realized that. It's too bad you haven't, because if a lot of people like you, Mark, go marching off as to war to protect these thugs in Montana, then there's really going to be trouble. And that, Mark, is going to be blood on your hands. West of the Rockies, you're on the air.
Hi.
Hello.
Hi, Art. Let me get my radio.
Yeah, turn it off right away, please.
Yeah, it's off.
There you go. It'll confuse you.
I've been listening to you for many years, and I just wanted to comment. One thing that people don't seem to get is that the FBI is made up of Americans just like us.
That's right.
And the two that were debating on the phone last night,
yes,
they both were really, really out of it, I thought.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if you noticed that. That's pretty much all I wanted to say. Except
I'm not sure which two you're referring to. We had a number of.
They were both about 28 years old. They were both let's see. They were talking about whether just before what's her name? What's Liberal Sue? You know.
You mean Elizabeth?
Yeah, Elizabeth. There you go. I got that mixed up. Elizabeth is, she was discussing, she was also out of it too. She thought that the Freemen actually thought they were, I think they know that what they're doing is wrong.
All right, thank you. I'm not exactly sure I followed the line of your criticism. A couple of those debates were superb yesterday, actually. Absolutely superb. It got off into some Yahweh, discussion of Yahweh and all the rest of it. Wildcard line, you're on the air. Hello.
Yeah, good morning, Art.
Good morning to you.
Yeah, I have some very awesome news for you.
All right, where are you?
Beg your pardon?
Where are you?
I'm calling from South Bay area on Kogo. KABC.
KABC, all right, L.A. Yes, sir.
Yeah.
What is the awesome news?
The awesome news is that the Freemen evidently have a tremendous amount of supporters around the country. I have an article here in front of me that a friend of mine Xerox out of a magazine called Perceptions, May, June issue.
Mm-hmm.
It's published here in Culver City, California, not too far from me.
Yes.
On February the 26th, an interracial intercultural grand jury was seated to hear testimony and view evidence for the people of the Republic of Texas versus the agents of their oppression, the United States Incorporated.
I'm well aware of the rebellion in Texas.
Are you aware that they are in the process of seceding from the Union?
Well, I'm aware of the fact that there's a few people who think they might like to do that. That doesn't mean Texas is going to secede from the Union. And it may well be that some of those people would feel they have something in common with the freemen, so-called. I would not say that would be a point, if it is the case, in their favor. West of the Rockies, you're on the air.
Hello, this is David, Newhall, California.
Hi, David. What can I do for you?
I want to talk about dishonor.
Yes, go right ahead.
Well, you know, this guy, Clinton, just knocks me down. I mean,
you mean this president who is, in effect, claiming, in order to put off the Paula Jones lawsuit, claiming that he is in the U.S. military by virtue of the fact that he is commander-in-chief and therefore exempt or should be exempt? That's his pleading to the U.S. Supreme Court?
Exactly.
Yes.
I mean, this guy, he goes to a foreign country, he denounces the government, he denounces the military, and now he's hiding under a law to protect people that fought and died for this country.
Mm-hmm.
It's ridiculous. I mean, how low would this man stoop?
Well, apparently, in a lot of ways, very much like the Freemen, putting up issues and standing behind things that they ought not stand behind.
Well, maybe we should send the FBI up there to arrest Clinton, throw him out the country.
Well, I think the U.S. Supreme Court will decide that case. At least in the president's case, he is making a pleading, though ridiculous on the face of it, in my opinion, that I believe the U.S. Supreme Court will reject, but I could be wrong about that. You never know what a court is going to do. At least in the president's case, he is dealing within the system and taking it as far as he can, ridiculous on the face of it as it may seem. He is working within the system, something those people in Montana apparently have chosen not to do. East of the Rockies, you're on the air. Going once. Gone. West of the Rockies, you're on the air. Good morning.
Oh, yeah. Boy, it's nice to talk to you.
Well, glad to have you. Where are you?
I'm in Deming, New Mexico.
All right.
Art, I'm going to suggest something that's going to pale your chupacabra into insignificance here, but you're going to have to be patient and wait for it. I think there's probably going to be a limited nuclear war in the Middle East.
Uh-oh.
Oh, yeah. Well, I study scripture and prophecy and have been for years. And I bet you it'll be before 99, and it may very well be in 97.
Mm-hmm.
It'll be in the wintertime, and it'll be in the Sabbath day, and that'll be the beginning of this world government silliness.
Okay, how do you know this?
Well, it's a matter of mathematical probability. If you look at the 24th chapter of Matthew and 24 Ezekiel, the entire book of Amos, 14 Isaiah, they all talk about the beginning of sorrows being a time when whole Palestinia are dissolved. And there are many, many other, vector points that come into play here, not the least of which is, going back to 1607, 390 years forward, that was Jamestown, and all these other prophecies that are mentioned in Scripture. But what I would like to do, I'm about 99% certain that it will happen, and probably about 50% certain that it will happen before the end of the century. If it does, I'll give you the rest of the story.
All right, sir. Well, we'll look forward to it. The rest of the story, nuclear confrontation. It is possible. If you look at the condition of Russian, by the way, late word is, thank goodness, Boris Yeltsin seems to be doing better now in the polls. So, my comment would be, thank goodness, and I hope he carries the day, because the alternative is a return to communism, and they've still got their strategic nuclear weapons. Even if Yeltsin succeeds in winning the election, the odds are very much against success with regard to holding Russia, even Russia, together. And if you've got a Russia that is out of control or involved in civil strife and war, you recall the day of the tanks punching holes in the parliament. If that kind of thing were to begin again and the armed forces were to split, the possibility of nuclear conflict, the Mideast situation aside, is, I'm sorry to say, great and dangerous. And in a lot of ways, today, though we think we're safe, thank God the nuclear threat is over, sorry folks, it's not. And on the heels of all that, our president is fighting any research and development at all into the protection of this country from ballistic missiles. You might want to look really carefully at that one. Wildcard line, you're on the air. Hello.
Hi, I'm not going to tell you who I am, but I am calling from Hawaii.
All right.
I just heard you talking about the president setting up something with ballistic missiles.
Well, no, the president, ma'am, is opposing any sort of continued SDI work or protection against a ballistic missile attack.
Boy, is that a crock.
No, it isn't.
Let me tell you something. I just have inside information that we have some Russians coming over in correlation with a couple of aerospace corporations and the United States military to do war games between the United States and Russia with ballistic missiles.
Yeah, that's been underway, that kind of exchange for a long time. I'm all aware of that.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure.
Do you think it's a good idea or not a good idea for the U.S. to have some kind of defense against somebody, anybody, not just the Russians, anybody who would fire a ballistic missile at our country?
Oh, I fully believe that we should be armed and ready, but I don't think we should be bringing the enemy over here.
Well, look, what you just said really does not bear on what I said. It's interesting, but yes, we have contacts with the Russians. It is safer to do so, to be talking to them, than not. But again, I say, and I mean it, you better look carefully at a president who opposes any kind of ballistic missile defense for this country. It's in the news this morning, and it ought to be higher in the news. We'll be right back.
You're listening to Art Bell, Somewhere in Time. Tonight featuring Coast to Coast AM from May 22nd, 1996. Somewhere in Time with Art Bell continues, courtesy of Premier Networks.
Definitely what I call rock and roll talk radio. But then again, we're not here to serve up the soft stuff. Somebody told me that when I started talk radio a long time ago. Hi, Art. I've been listening to you for about 18 months now. Have decided that you are the fourth best thing in the world for me. First is my family. Second, my country. Third, high-heeled shoes that women wear. And you are the fourth. Can't really see you moving up, but fourth is not so bad. Maybe the trucks that moved in today to the Freeman area might be carrying fencing equipment to surround the area. Then the state can condemn the land, turn it over to the U.S. government. They can declare it a federal prison. The government could move in because the people being held awaiting trial for crimes against the government have taken over the prison. I don't agree with all the things the government has done in the past. However, this government is mine, yours, and all the people living legally in America. Jerry in Hawaii. Wildcard line, you're on the air. Hello.
Oh, hey, what do you know? This is Andrew in Seattle.
Yes, sir.
You mentioned something that prompted a thought on my part regarding the Freeman's demands. They have asked for a lot of natural law judicial proceedings. Among these, a trial by a jury of their peers.
Well, I'll tell you what. Mr. Colorado State Senator Duke just came out, and he said that they had reached an agreement, that the demands that Freeman had made, whatever they were, and it wasn't detailed, had all been met and agreed to by all parties concerned.
Including that?
Well, if that is part of it, I wasn't there, sir, so I don't know.
Yeah.
And that they had then reneged, welched on the agreement at the last minute, simply uttering over and over again, we want due process. This was after the agreement. After.
Right. Now, what I am reminded of, and like you, I found it remarkable, when you look at what people in Montana in particular, their neighbors are saying.
Yes.
You get a good indication of whether they're willing to put their money where their mouth is.
That's right.
In fact, I listened to that one neighbor, you may recall him, who indicated that they were going to get a posse together.
Well, in fact, that whole thing was underway. They were actually deputizing people and getting ready to move in themselves. Yeah.
Now, my own feelings about the FBI aside, in fact, I wouldn't necessarily think it was the smartest thing to bring them in necessarily. In this case.
Well, I think it is my understanding the local authorities requested it because they were not prepared to handle it.
I'm sure of that. I'm just saying, I would think that it may have been, would have diffused the situation had the Montana State Police been involved rather than the FBI. But that aside, I think that, the local neighbors, they are the peers that would appropriately judge them. And furthermore,
That's right.
And furthermore, the way these neighbors were talking, it sounded to me as if they were the ones who were acting as the local militia.
I really have got to agree with you of the most basic kind, really. That goes back to America's very early history. They were prepared to act on their own, and that would have been bloody. So
yeah, well, they were saying that this has got to be done.
Yep.
And if no one's going to do it, we're going to do it. Furthermore, in the basic definition of a jury of their peers, people that know these people's character.
Some of them, sir, were even relatives of people in there.
Well, exactly. What better jury are they going to get?
And then I took another precaution. Before I took a position on this one way or the other, in my job, I can only do what I can do. I do a talk show, right? So for 2 solid days, I'm sure you heard it if you're a listener, I opened the lines to Montana, specifically to that area. And I took call after call after call after call, so the whole nation could hear what the people in Montana.
Have you traveled much up there?
I've been through the area, yes.
I can tell you from my own experience that these people are the least political.
That's right.
Of any that I've met in this country.
That's right.
In other words, they are so used to accomplishing and relying upon their own resources.
That's correct.
That politics is almost, fluff.
Yeah, sure. They're very individualistic and generally have very much have an attitude of live and let live, as I'll leave you alone, you leave me alone.
Yeah, you can bet. And of course, this is somewhat of a different subject. You've talked about the Russians' patience, ability to withstand suffering. What I get a sense when I see Montana people, what I get a sense of is that they will put up with all kinds of stuff because that's life. Life is messy.
Yeah, it is.
And you do what you do. And you get every bit of satisfaction from your hard work and your family and those things that you value in each and every day. And when problems like this come up, it's got to be a burr under the saddle for a long time before they're prompted to the kind of reaction that these neighbors and these relatives were expressing.
Couldn't agree more, sir.
Yeah.
Thank you.
You bet.
Take care. Yeah, they didn't come to this easily. They don't get nosy with their neighbors or pushy with their neighbors or get, for God's sakes, to the point where they're ready to form a posse easily. Their sensibilities are not offended easily. That's all correct. In this particular case, I actually feel sorry for a lot of the FBI on the scene there, because they are being restrained politically from doing what law enforcement should be doing. There's a different view for you, huh? And to the phones we go. On the first-time caller line, you're on the air.
I've got just two comments. One is actually they're both in the form of a question. I noticed you have a number of your programs oriented around the paranormal.
Sometimes.
Yeah, and I was wondering if you've ever attempted to get James Randi on as a guest.
You know, he's one that I have not had on yet, but I would very much like to.
He has a very, very interesting perspective on the situation and does very, very thorough research into it.
Oh, I'd very much like to have him on.
He's located in Plantation, Florida these days.
Okay.
So if you ever get around to it, I'd certainly listen in.
Well, anybody with a contact number, send it to me, email it to me, fax it to me, whatever, and we'll follow up. I'll have anybody on.
Okay, great. I'll do that then.
All right.
The other comment I have is also in the form of a question. Earlier in your program, you made a comment with regards to racism and the vitriolic hatred that seems to be pandemic these days.
Yes.
And you essentially stated that you thought it was due to more or less of a blame-centered orientation and a kind of collective paranoia in society, which I thought was a very good point. I'm wondering if to regress back even further, what you have in mind with regards to how you perceive this as having gotten to the serious proportions that it has. What's engendered this?
All right. I'll try and address that. Thank you. In a simple sentence, I think we've had it too easy, too long. Okay. Now, what do I mean by that? Well, there was a day in America when everything was harder, when everything required more initiative, more work, more personal responsibility, more attentiveness to being responsible for your own situation. What has brought us to where we are? The ideology of liberalism to a great degree, its effect on the educational system, our technological revolution, our dependence on government, the gimme generation, the end of the war and the forgetfulness of what it was like when times were hard, the expectation that you are owed things. These things have contributed to a sense that that we're owed. You know, by virtue of the fact that we are born here, we are owed. And therefore, we don't put forth the kind of effort we once did. And so fewer of us succeed. And when we fail, we blame it on the first available or most easily available group, whether it be the government, somebody who's got black skin or brown skin or has a particular religion or worship. In other words, we begin infighting and like the rats chewing each other alive. That's what I think is feeding it. So that's the best answer to the question I can give you. Beyond that, I'm not sure. But I think that accounts for the increasing time spent hating, the increasing energy devoted to hating. I think all of that contributes to it. I'm not sure it's the totality of it, but that's the best I can do. First time caller line, you're on the air.
Hi, Art. Thank you very much for your show.
Thank you.
You know, ever since the start of the New Deal program, and the Great Society programs.
Yes.
It seems that the success becomes being punished.
Yes, that's correct.
By higher taxes and such.
Initiative is punished.
Right. And failure seems to be rewarded.
Or if not, then commiserated with or excused by blaming, it's the same conversation.
Because liberal Democrat programs like this tell these people it's not your fault that you're a failure.
Yes.
So you think about it, then they develop these programs like the Goals 2000 for education.
Yes.
Which takes the heroes out of history. And implants things like the Ku Klux Klan and all of this. So these people that are getting this money sit back and say, yeah, it's not my fault, it's not my fault. Well, then whose fault is it? That's what they think. And then they come up with, federal government starts pushing affirmative action programs. Mm-hmm. They're providing the answer right there for the people that are asking whose fault is it.
Well, we have, sir, thank you, extracted competitiveness. There was a day in America where competitiveness was admired, even encouraged. Today, we've replaced that with excuses of all manner for failure. And we'll even eliminate finally the word failure. I don't know what we'll replace it with, but there'll be some politically correct term that we'll come up with, I'm sure. Winning is not the thing. Playing the game is the thing. You played the game, so you're a winner. Well, that's not really true. Not in a world where, not in our world, I hope anyway, not in a world where you've got the kind of economy that we've got, freewheeling, market-oriented, success-driven. But see, we've begun to change all that from the very beginning in our educational system, in every walk and avenue of life. We've begun to replace that with a sort of, there's not a need to succeed. And even with some government regulation and law, we, including that of the IRS, we punish success. So if you want to know generally why I'm conservative politically, certainly economically, those are the reasons. That's just good old-fashioned solid logic, in my opinion. We've drifted from that, and in that drifting, our social attitudes have been replaced by the ones you hear on the air frequently. First-time caller line, you're on the air.
Hi.
Howdy.
I'm calling from the Virgin Islands.
Well, good. Welcome to the program. Turn your radio off, please.
Yeah, I'm trying to reach it.
That would be WSTA, our affiliate in the Virgin Islands. Yes, sir.
I might be a little out of place, but getting back to the Simpson case, the name of that restaurant was called the Messaluna.
Yes.
Do you know what a Messaluna is?
No.
Okay, a Messaluna is a bladed instrument used in cooking. It's a half moon with an L-shaped handle on top, sharpened to a very, very extremely sharp edge.
Okay, how does that bear on anything?
Okay, the weapon. They're talking about a weapon. Perhaps maybe the victim was not Nicole. Perhaps they were actually looking to do something to this fella Ron.
Well, if it wasn't Nicole, then they better dig her up quick, because as far as I know, she's been buried.
No, I know. That's not what I'm saying. The victim maybe was not intended to be Nicole.
Well, that may be so. We'll never know, I guess.
I know, but the victim, the cutting and everything else, because I'm into forensics, and the way they said that was cut, the cutting and everything, I happened to look up what
Well, there was some interesting testimony, thank you, regarding single blade slashes versus dual blade slashes and all the rest of that sort of thing. But the legacy, aside from the civil trial going on now of the whole OJ business, is going to settle into American history pretty much the way the killing of Kennedy has. There'll be a gazillion theories for 100 years, and nobody will ever know the truth. First time caller line, you're on the air.
Hi, Art. This is Roy from Wisconsin, but I'm in California right now.
All right.
I'm a truck driver. I'm calling about your new station in Cleveland you're going to be on.
3EEE.
I think you're just recheck that it's 3WE.
I'm sorry, 3WE. All right.
Excellent station. I've listened to it many times.
Oh, yes.
So good.
I'm curious. Where do you manage to hear them? From where to where?
Oh, geez. 38 states about covers it. All over East Coast, Midwest, down into the South, down in Texas. I mean, it depends on the weather, but real big area.
Well, that's wonderful. We're looking forward to being on there. It's 5 days and counting. They made me keep this secret for the longest time.
Well, it's kind of hard to pick you up in that area, so that'd be real nice having you there.
Right. We realize that it's going to fill in a lot of spots for us. The affiliates are coming on like crazy right now. The ratings are through the roof, and apparently, and I'm very thankful for it, people appreciate this slightly different brand of talk.
Well, I sure do. It's fantastic. Keeps me awake at night.
All right, my friend, thank you. And I want to say that I do appreciate it, folks. Those of you who have contributed to the very, very high ratings for a very eclectic kind of show. So thank you. Thank you all. And to the stations that we are no doubt going to yet get. And I look forward to it on behalf of the network. Thank you. It's fun.
This is Premier Networks. That was Art Bell hosting Coast to Coast AM on this Somewhere in Time. Listening to Art Bell, Somewhere in Time. Tonight featuring Coast to Coast AM from May 22nd, 1996.
Dear Art, I can sympathize with Americans who are denied their freedom. I can sympathize with Americans who are denied their constitutional rights, but I cannot sympathize with common criminals who hide like cowards behind women and children while claiming their constitutional rights and liberties have been violated. Now is the time to get them out. Mike in Phoenix. East of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hello.
Hi, Art. This is Brian in St. Louis.
Hello, Brian.
I'd like to voice what I hate. I hate the fact that people who
Brian,
would
you turn off your radio for me, please?
Okay, I'm sorry. I can't hear it myself.
Uh-huh.
Okay. I don't like the fact that people keep saying that they'd like to see a white America come back. This was never a white America.
No, it wasn't.
If America would revert back to what it was 200 years ago,
yes,
I wouldn't be breathing toxic fumes. I'd be riding bareback on a horse over green grass.
Mm.
People don't seem to look into their history before they start to talk.
Well, you wouldn't have a automobile. You'd be in at best a cart, maybe with a horse pulling it. You wouldn't have any running water nor electricity. You wouldn't have any of the...
I wouldn't have DDT on my fruit.
That's true, too.
I wouldn't have poisons coming into my body every day from...
That's true.
All these things. So when people start talking about they hate this and they hate that, they need to go back to see why they're alive in the first place. If the story of Thanksgiving holds true, my ancestors helped the white people live through that first winter. There wouldn't be anybody here if it wasn't for that. The black people helped build this nation because they were slaves. They were forced to. There wouldn't be anything without black people. There wouldn't be anything without white people who built the ships to come over here in the first place. We all need each other. That's my point.
Well,
we all still need each other, no matter what.
Your point is a very good one. How do you account for this growing time and energy spent by so many Americans in purity, blind hatred, this energy dispersed hating? How do you account for that?
It's a bandwagon that everybody likes to get on to feel important to themselves, to say, hey, yeah, I support that guy, I'm down with them, I want to be like them, because they're the most popular people right now.
All right. Well, thank you. I account for it in a different way. I think for the most part, this kind of hatred is born of inadequacy, paranoia, the need to blame one's failure on anybody else, collective as in the government, or specific as in a race, or, those damn Jews. Boy, if it wasn't for those Jew bankers, I'd be making a good salary now. If it wasn't for them blacks taking my jobs, I'd have a good job right now. But here I am sitting at home without a job. Them blacks, they took that job from me. Those Jews, those Hispanics flooding across, they took my job. They're the reason that I'm failing. Damn bankers, Federal Reserve, they're the reason I'm failing. They're the reason I can't pay my mortgage. By God, I've got a gun. You want to come repossess my house just because I decided I didn't want to make my mortgage payments. I'm going to put a bullet in your belly. First time caller line, you're on the air.
Oh, hello. Let me do the radio off thing.
That's good.
I didn't want to talk about the Freeman.
That's fine. You talk about anything you want.
Okay. I kind of want to try to argue with you on the legality of drugs a little bit. You see, I think all drugs are legal. And a couple of reasons I think so is that if I'm supposed to have the right to the pursuit of happiness, and in my pursuit for happiness, I find that drugs make me happy, then I think that I have the right to do drugs.
All right. If that is your premise, then anything at all that creates happiness for you, by extension of your argument, should be just fine and legal.
Well, not
isn't that right?
It interferes with somebody else's right to their pursuit of happiness.
Oh. Well, then I guess I would argue that if your pursuit of happiness includes the use of drugs, and it doesn't make your wife happy, or your children happy, or your family happy, or your boss happy, or anybody else you interact with happy, and maybe even not safe, I don't know what kind of job you have. Maybe you drive a vehicle. Maybe you pilot an airplane. How happy do you want to be, sir?
Well, I don't really think my use of drugs actually interferes with anybody's safety because I use drugs rather wisely rather than ignorantly because I know that they're dangerous. People use dynamite, and dynamite's dangerous if it's used improperly.
Oh, very well said. Now, we don't allow just anybody to go buy dynamite, do we?
No.
Why don't we do that?
Because it's dangerous.
Because a lot of people would use it improperly, correct?
Sure. Same
deal with drugs, sir.
Another reason why I think drugs are legal because if I don't have the liberty to use drugs, I don't have freedom. I don't think that's justice for all. I also can like to tell you one way I think that drugs could be legalized and safer for society than we have now, where drugs are just illegal. Okay, I'll try to do it. I think if people had a license to use drugs, where they applied for a license, if they demonstrated any antisocial behavior or dangerous use of the drug, why, then they could have their drug license revoked.
Their drug license.
And people who have drug licenses, who would like to use drugs, would cherish these things dearly and not interact with antisocial behavior and not not try to be dangerous to society. I think a lot of people would do that. I know not everybody would, but you could also take their license away.
So, kind of like 007, a license to be a druggie, right?
I don't know what 007 has to do
Well,
with
he had a license to kill.
License to kill 007.
Yeah.
My use of drugs, the way I use drugs, I don't think, I've never harmed anybody. I don't have a victim.
Oh.
I don't steal. I do go to work. I do pay taxes. I don't know, like here, I'm in the KEX territory,
Yeah.
and there used to be a park. It's called Washington Park, where people used to just go get stoned on pot. That's basically all that happened. They tried running everybody out, and the police even said that there's never been a vicious type crime ever committed there, so they try to tell all the people to go there and chase the drug users out. Well, if there's never been a vicious type crime there, then why not leave people alone?
Let me ask you a quick question about your license to use drugs. Who would have a record of that?
The state or county or whomever, maybe federal government.
Federal government. To whom would this record be available?
To whoever, the federal government, let's say.
All right. Well, rather than my commenting on your idea, let's let the audience comment on it. What do you folks think of the idea of being licensed to be a druggie? Is that a good idea? Carry around a little card that identifies you as a licensed user of whatever. Legalizing drugs in that manner. Licensed by the federal government to be a drug addict. What do you think? Or a drug user. We won't even say addict. We'll just say user. East of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hello. Going once. Gone. East of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hello.
Wanted to tell you something. It's about the chupacabra. A possible solution.
I feel some responsibility to help people with this. Say chupa.
Chupacabra.
Oh, you've got it. All right.
Okay. 20 years ago, I worked for the State Department, and my area of expertise was South America. And in researching, one of the projects I was going to work on was in Paraguay. And I remember reading some reports about the third generation of the Germans that were in Paraguay.
Yes.
The Mingalas and so forth.
Oh, yes.
And that there are quite a large population.
They are
researchers
indeed.
and scientists were the industrialists of Germany with the outlook of Nazis.
Yes.
Supporting them. And one of the things that stood out in that report, and this was about 1974 or 5, was the mutation and cross-species work that they were doing. Now, it's not commonly known unless you're able to know this kind of thing. But I would suspect that it's very possible with, also like the guy said something about the mutation with the chemicals.
It's possible.
That this is coming from that area. And if it flies, it's very possible that it's gotten out of hand.
Oh, look, I think your guess is, thank you, as good as anybody's. She's absolutely right about a lot of Nazis having gone to South America. That's a well-known fact. And it could have been something like that. There are so many possibilities of where whatever this damn thing is came from, where it could have come from. I have no idea. But I think that it's real. They're now attributing about 2,000 animal attacks to chupacabra. 2,000. Now, even if you take 50 or 60% of those and attribute them to wolves or dogs or something, swamp gas, it's obvious there's clearly, with the eyewitness reports, there's some new creature out there. We have got a picture that might be that creature. I don't know. It was sent to me along with an explanation of the picture, and it's up on my webpage. As of the beginning of the show tonight, about 10,000 people had downloaded that photograph. 10,000 people in that short amount of time. That might be it, or this might not be it, whatever it is. It's awful. But there's something out there. Now, that lady's explanation for what it might be is as good as anybody else's guess. But I do think something is out there. And you know what? It doesn't surprise me. First-time caller line, you're on the air.
Art Dow.
Yes. A mind is a terrible thing to waste. And a wasted mind is a terrible thing to listen to. East of the Rockies, you're on the air.
Hold on a second, I gotta start off my radio.
Yes, you do. That's one of the first things to do, and have it close by so you can do it with dispatch.
All right, it's off.
All right, where are you, please?
I'm in Murfreesboro, Tennessee.
Murfreesboro, all right.
I'd like to comment about the gentleman who called up about his idea of legalizing drugs.
Licensing.
Yes. So he actually wants another form to have the government, I don't know, get more money from us.
Maybe we could call it license to shoot and snort.
Or something like that. It's
yeah.
And basically it's any drug, he seems to say. So
oh yes, indeed.
You get a license to do crack cocaine and, you know, you beat up your wife and whatever. I guess you have a license, so it makes it all right.
Yeah. Maybe we could have people go to little courses, you know, a crack course.
Oh, you have to go to school for it.
Know how to properly get yourself hooked.
Do you have to go to the DMV to get this, or will they come up with a whole new department to get your drug license?
That would be the DDA, Department of Drug Addiction.
and I'd also like to comment, because I've been listening to you for about a month now.
Yes, sir.
And you've been talking a lot about the Freemen.
Yes, sir.
And about what to do with them. I don't particularly know what we should do with them, but basically your idea of just shutting everything off, I feel that what happens to those kids and women that are in there, because it seems like they're all together on this. I'm sure that they could pretty much leave anytime they choose.
Well, no, there is not that indication. There's indication of the contrary, as a matter of fact. Bogarts,
yeah,
who went in, clearly said that he thought there were a number of people now being held against their will. State Senator Duke said there were at least 10 people who none of the negotiators, FBI, or the mediators, nobody's been able to see or talk to. Bogarts felt they were being held against their will.
So if everything goes down to it, people are going to die.
Well,
if they shut everything off and they still refuse to come out, and the government does,
then at some point, the law really is the law, and I don't think they can be allowed to flaunt it forever. I mean, the FBI has been bending over backwards so far, but at some point, they're going to have to say, look, you're now getting an ultimatum. Please send out the women, the children. Please give yourself up. We don't want this to end violently, but at some point, one which we're not going to telegraph to you, there's going to be a dynamic entry. We're going to treat it as a hostage situation. We're going to try and protect the women and children, but we are going to take you into custody one way or the other. This is an ultimatum.
Okay, well, I also heard or read in the paper here in Tennessee that there are some militia groups that have stated that if the government goes in by force, then they will also come in by force.
I know. They damn well better think it over real hard. And
so, I mean, this could turn out to be an all-out battle here.
I know it. That's how dangerous it is. You're absolutely right. That's why I'm going out of my way again and again and again to try to get these groups that would rush in with guns to think real hard and understand what it is they're ready to lay their life down for before they lay it down.
And I think it goes the other way around also. I think the government should also understand that they're not only going in and probably fighting these Freemen, they're also fighting these half-crazed militia groups that
the government is well aware of that.
And it could get messy.
Thank you very much for the call, sir. I do appreciate your call. You're exactly right. Of course it could. That's one of the reasons so much time is being spent on this. With some good cause, the militias and the people that have decided to be the watchdogs, as is properly the case of our government, they better look into this. They better know. They better talk to the people that would normally be on the side of people like this. If there was one scintilla of good reason to be. People like Greitz, people like Duke, people like that, who have clearly stated these are not patriots. These are not militia. These are people hiding behind not only women and children, but hiding behind a movement and making claims designed to appeal to a movement that, if successful, is going to result in a U.S. Civil War. And then, trust me on this, everybody loses. This is not one of those times where a little rebellion or a little civil war is good for the Republic. East of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hello.
Yes, Art. Terry from Illinois. I pick you up on KSD out of St. Louis.
Oh, the mighty one, 550. Yes, sir.
Okay, no, I just want to comment. I only got a minute here. I know that. The way you just explained it to the other caller prior to myself, I agree with you 100%. And Charles definitely showed his mentality again by putting his foot in his mouth by saying bringing the military in there.
Yeah.
And without any thought of the kids, as you made mention of, it's okay if we kill the kids, but not the federal people. And the only thing that's lacking tonight, if you can squeeze it in 30 seconds, is to have the other Charles' counterpart Elizabeth call in. Aside from that, I don't think either one of them has much credibility from the way they've been talking the last month and a half. But you have yourself a great night, and good night, America.
That's the way to do it. See, there's a caller who knows exactly how to do it. Wrapped it up, got his good night, America in, and indeed, it was the last call. That's it, everybody. From the high desert, good night.